Thank you all for joining us. I'll start with introductions as we're waiting for everyone to roll in. Welcome to our Master of Science in Computational and Advanced Design program accredited by the UICG. The program pushes the boundaries of design and transcends through a multitude of design skills while advancing immensely the students' design and software capabilities. It's organized in 5 leading design chapters and 5 supporting technical and theoretical labs that span over 9 months. And today we're reviewing Chapter 3, Corpuscle. As I introduce this review, we'll zoom around the Miro work in progress boards to display some of the incredible work that the students have been working towards in this chapter. And firstly, I would like to express my gratitude towards our students for all their efforts and as well as the educational team. Core lead Eva Hefes, Etun Engen, technical lead Pedro Venegas Rodriguez, my peers Svetlana Georgiev and Michael Pryor, and of course our special guests for this chapter, our chapter leads, Andrei Padure, who is a computational geometry engineer at AI Build, and Laura Maria Gonzalez, who is a research collaborator at MIT Media Lab. They really gave a lot of knowledge to the students during this chapter. So before I talk a little bit more about this chapter amalgamation, I also introduce some of our guests. Some are returning and others are just joining us for this chapter for the first time. So we have with us Harlan Miller, Associate Design Director at UN Studio, Danny McInnes, CAD and 3D surfacing expert at Logitech Ireland, Onur Yuns Gan, Director Pro Computational Design at New Balance, Jason Vinieri Bean, founder of Split Studio and also professor at Pratt Institute, Simon Schleicher, Associate Professor of Architecture at UC Berkeley, Andrea Rox-Rossi, developer of WASP that you all loved in this chapter, Nadia Kutireva, 3D footwear designer at Nike, as well as Megan York. She's also a 3D footwear designer at Nike, and Stefan Cristobal, who is a footwear designer at Nike. Walter Patrick Smith, he's our alumni, and he's also director of Education Lab Architects. Daniela Gertovici, who is a director of Arc Agenda, and she's going to join us also, as well as Zeynep Topau, who is a computational designer at Illusor, and she's also going to be one of our core leads with Pedro Venegas Rodriguez in the next chapter, chapter 4, Kinesis. So a little bit more about chapter 3, amalgamation. The aim of chapter 3 is to explore how habitats can bring people together and create communities and clusters. And it examines the ideas of what makes a community and why people feel the need to live together under a new scenario that each team of students has developed. The students are tasked with not just with creating a final design for their envisioned community, but also developing the process and reasoning behind it, allowing for multiple forms based on the parameters that they set. As well, as part of this, the students are introduced to different non-destructive and reversible design workflows using primary Grasshopper and Blender and WASP. Some important points you need to keep in mind for this review is that this is not an architectural master's degree, but it's a program focused on envisioning the future of humanity. We are reviewing a community level design that has emerged from the students' work on chapters and habitats that they have developed during chapter 1 and 2. And they're going to set the frame today. They're going to talk a little bit more about their ideas that they've developed in the beginning of the program and then show some of this work, but then focus on chapter 3, amalgamation, of course. And also we will be looking at multiple units, which are part of a bigger design aggregation. And please keep in mind that presentation should be contained within 7 minutes, and reviews, so we have to be no more than 7 minutes for each team. And Eva and Tung will help us keep time. Feel free to take photos and screenshots and share the work on social media. We're also very thankful for our guests today and their presence and time. Without further ado, I hand it over to the first team. Thank you.
So starting with the first team from Group A, A6.
Hello.
Hi everyone.
Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Hello everyone, I'm Esra. I'm an architect from Turkey. And we're thrilled
And then an architect from Russia.
And we're thrilled to share our project with you. Welcome to Luminon World. Let's dive into Lumion society and discover their architectural creations, starting with a short story through the eyes of our prostheses.
The moment I laid eyes on Luminar, I was spellbound. This otherworldly nested in a remote cosmic corner featured floating islands defying gravity. Also, ivy plants are adorning these islands, serving as liveness for us luminants, who transformed into the skin spoke volumes with the patterns of life. Life in Luminar was a harmonious dance with near-living plant as our sustenance, and the navigated shifting plants with ivy changelings. However, unity among luminants was tested by the planet's unpredictable magnetic forces, leading to functional strife. In our moment in internal conflict, Luminary Plaza witnesses Leo's wisdom, her word reignite our sense of purpose, leading us to create floating stabilization and limit sphere for communal travel. This innovation nurtured adaptation and unity, preserving the magic of our extraordinary power.
Meet the Lumians, celestial beings that gracefully navigate their low-gravity home. Lumians, due to reduced gravitational forces, feature elongated slim body shapes with gill-like lightweight bone structures, oxygen storing bubbles on their skins, tentacles extending from the brain in a transparent head filled with liquid, multi-purpose jelly limbs, tentacles with eyes inside of them offering both mobility and awareness. This creature uniquely evolved to thrive in low gravity, adapting seamlessly to its environment. At night, they emit a captivating glow by the bubbles on their bodies, illuminating their world. In the enchanting realm of Luminara, Aurora and her companion Phosphor embark on mesmerizing journeys in their captivating world.
Humans inhabit corpuscles, combining a light frame with chill glasses for an entrancing blend. They go with sperm cells inside, forming a symbiotic bond with their environment. Oats rest among tentacles with canopies at the tips, forming captivating public spaces. From various angles, the corpuscle presents a constantly chanting appearance to mimic and enchant the natural processes of the planet. The corpuscle provides a diverse range of spaces within its tentacles and pods. The tentacles are adorned with billowing patterns, and sleeping areas offer unique and alluring lighting. Oats nurtured environments, including greenhouses and celestial atmosphere, fascinated by the interior structure of bridges, and meditation spaces where a bench with a soft, body pillows texture invites peaceful contemplation.
Explore Lumion architecture against the breathtaking backdrop of Luminara. Witness our creations seamlessly integrated with the natural beauty of our world. Design process began with envisioning Lumion society, deconstructing the corpuscle and strategically integrating its components to meet architectural and social demands of their community. This involved exploration of public spaces such as beaches, healing chambers, observation decks, and gardens.
Our primary components derived from the corpuscle included corridors, halls, ports, and buildings. These elements form our main aggregations and clusters. To establish stochastic aggregation, we employ three distinct connection types. Checking for a stable, compact structure, intertwining twisted ends together for a complex, robust interlace, connecting end-to-end to seamless interaction. These methods enabling diverse permutation and functionalities in our clusters. Core clusters are designed for intense multi-directional flow with multiple connection points. Secondary clusters, facilitating expansions, act as bridges and enable various spaces with their inter-island relationships. Clusters strategically designed to usher the main floating islands, provide stability and facilitate movement across the dynamic landscape of luminary.
Lumions require both land and water, a blend that their environment seamlessly provides. A low-gravity planet features floating islands adorned with bioluminescent flora, suspended over an ocean shimmering with ethereal light. Its otherworldly landscape captivates with its surreal beauty and tranquility.
The challenges and opportunities of this unique landscape are what consists of Leo's wisdom from its core. Surrounding by luminous spaces designed for harmonious interaction, it features a mix of greenhouses, living areas, and pools, and an ecosystem enchanted membranes. Additionally, strategically placed spaces ensure a vivid and sustainable environment. Public spaces within luminal architecture are essential hubs for communal interaction, offering both functionality and beauty. Observation decks for stargazing experience. Gardens to enjoy their unique flora. Pavilions in these gardens. Healing chamber for maintained health and well-being. And beaches provide spaces for luminance to gather, socialize, and immerse themselves in communal activities.
Lumions cherish their beaches and vibrant sanctuaries where they find relaxation and exploration amidst glowing vegetation. From leisurely strolls to thrilling water sports, these coastal havens offer a range of activities that bring joy to their lives.
Healing Organ provides humans with resources for maintaining health and well-being. Healers making tailored care, building trust, and support within the environments, and making a power ecosystem inside the community. Ethereal bubbles represent the luminance connected to healers by beams of light, creating a high vibration ecosystem of primary and healing.
In a garden of bioluminescent flora, a pavilion stands as a radiant hub for luminous socialization, where the vibrant surroundings illuminate gatherings beneath the celestial sky. In the nighttime, radiant flora illuminates the landscape with an ethereal glow, casting vibrant hues upon their homes and surroundings. Within this enchanting ambience, Lumion homes stand as beacons of warmth and comfort, inviting inhabitants to immerse themselves in the serene beauty of their nocturnal habitat. Gently cradled by this magical glow, the Lumion community thrives, a living mosaic perfectly attuned to the rhythmic pulse to their world. As our journey through Lumion architecture comes to a close, we hope you've been inspired by the beauty and innovation of Lumion world.
The stability of processes to the communal warmth of proposal, each aspect of luminal architecture reflects the flexibility and creativity of its inhabitants. And thank you for joining us in this adventure, and we're looking forward to see you again in fascinating work of Luminon.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Really a fun project, and it's so great to be able to see so many of the public spaces and so many amazing visuals. And I know that they're not easy to achieve, especially with these numbers of clusters that you were working towards. I think that was something that in the past couple of weeks everyone put a lot of effort in, but I do need to say really congratulations on the visuals, and like just taking us in a journey through Luminara. One thing that I think that like I'm more curious to hear about is the logics of the structure, like that you followed. I think that you have some very interesting diagrams, but also I see that like you do have like these floating islands that are, and then like the structures that are really like, you know, like forming around them. So I am curious to hear a little bit more about like the logics that you followed in order to design this space.
So what we did is we used stochastic aggregations to create a relationship with all of the islands with our parts. And we had like two main big clusters, which are these two. And then we have secondary clusters that are mostly we use for connecting as like bridges, the islands multi-directionally. Yeah.
Thank you. I think, yeah, that there is an opportunity also like to expand this, you know, like next explanations and diagrams into like the bigger aggregations and like how they're like coming together again, like what is the connection between them, and even like calling out like some of the different functionalities and spaces. But yeah, well done from me.
Thank you.
Congratulations, ladies. Amazing project. I really enjoyed it, all the presentation. Really well done. You have amazing visuals. The colors are really nice. I also wanted to add something. Maybe Pavlina just mentioned something similar, is that at the end of the presentation with all the renders, like I see maybe 9, because you are taking quite long to talk about it, and it would be better for me if you had some text or titles so we could see the different areas, and it will be a bit easier for us to understand and differentiate the different parts of the project. Other than that, it's really nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just want to jump and say something super fast about like design thinking. Everybody talked about the, you know, the good things. I agree, there's a lot there, right? So there's a lot of work. But like just kind of like a slightly shifting perspective is like if you can change all the rules, like if you can change the contained and the container, contained being the creature and the container being the environment, right? So one is designed in a pretty like anthropomorphic way, right? So it looks like a human, more or less, with tentacles. And the environment is built in a very similar way to conventional method of like layering, like putting layers on top of each other, right? So in a way, one is like vertical, the other one is kind of like horizontal. It's pretty similar to, you know, like the human beings and the environments. And that's that way because of the limitations we have. There's the, you know, we can expand only so much in urban spaces, and then we have to layer them on top of each other because there's gravity and we are vertical creatures anyway, right? So I think like while you're kind of like just looking at the overall project, if you're creating this crazy plot twist, which is what you are doing, I think there's more freedom in changing that anthropomorphic structure too, right? So you have the tentacles, the body can change, you can kind of like plug into things. Maybe it's kind of a little uncanny biologically, you know, making connections to, and the buildings still shining, right? So they're kind of like reminiscent of maybe the skyscrapers we see, right? Or like, you know, giant buildings that we see with the, it's a, you know, curtain wall structure. Anyway, so this is just, I mean, it's not to demean anything you have done. I think it's crazy. It's just kind of like chilling, like, because you're ready for the next stage, you know, like you can totally destroy the world and create a new one, and then create these plot twists, which is, I think, gonna align with your story. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really love that point, owner. And I just wanted to ask, could you just repeat? Sorry to ask again. Just repeat what happens in the bottom middle rendering, the pink organ-like structures.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have living organism pods. These pods are living organism, and they have like a lot of different spaces in them, like meditation houses and like greenhouses for like socializing. And these are all come together in this flora, and they are creating spaces for our Lumians to gather together
Mm-hmm.
and like socialize.
Yeah, I just think that this is a fascinating, suggestive moment, especially following on the owner's comment, where it's putting the, let's say, less anthropocentric aspects of the design in the foreground, and the stuff we might recognize or be a bit more familiar with is more in the background. I think that's it's really fascinating, as if thinking about owner's ideas about container and contained, seems like almost as if what's containing the inhabitants is almost more like a kind of an organ, right? Which, and an organ would, typically be inside the body, right? But now, there's something organ-like that's exvoluted or sort of outside the body, and then you go in it. So I think, like, spatially and architecturally and topologically, it's potentially a really amazing, set of kind of involutions or flippings of, of what's inside and outside. And then just, without taking too much time, I'm fascinated with then those kind of architectural organs relationship with the landscape, and imagining how you're conceiving of this landscape as constantly, sort of changing color and glowing, and has this sort of whole life of its own. And then just at what point can those architectural organs themselves, start to change, whether it's, surface and pigmentation, or, I realize that, like, maybe this is for the future or the next module, right? They're starting to change, spatially, almost, they're in this kind of co-evolutionary relationship with with the inhabitants that you designed. And so, really, really fascinating, really, really beautiful work.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I've been following the team's work for some. Oh, I've been following the team's work for some time now, and I think I always very appreciative of all the little details. For instance, on that very colorful image that's actually down in the center there, you have all these smaller micro details too that are actually the vegetation that you've almost taken as almost little sub projects, with the blue leaves and things. I think you guys went in there and designed all those with your own kind of touch. I think what's interesting, if you follow this over time, because we're on chapter 3 now, I remember you in the past saying something about the narrative of who the occupant is, and how delicate their body is, but then they encapsulate this kind of brain inside this protective coating. And then you mentioned something about these places of healing related to the social spaces. Just don't forget, when you start to move through these chapters, that all these little minute details that you're actually coming up with, whether it's the vegetation or you're talking about these healing spaces, try to bring that back into the overall arc of narrative that you're actually already developing with the characters too, and try to explain that a little bit more. I think a comment was made about leaving some labels on there, but don't be afraid to tell us, like, why those vegetation that you spent so much time modeling are actually important to the characters and things too. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could follow up on that, I mean, I also am super impressed. I think the work is amazing, but like kind of tying a bit together some of the comments that already came, what I think falls maybe a little bit short, or there's a potential to kind of explore further, is really this idea that right now you have a bit two systems in a way. So like all your vegetation and your things and details is kind of one system, and then there's the architecture itself that kind of lands on top of it. And I think there could be some potential to kind of explore, like bringing these two more together. So kind of like really having the flora almost morph into, because you talk all this story about this kind of beings that are really kind of, let's say, like really biophilic and almost like connected to their environment. And it would be, I think there's a potential to kind of stretch that even more and kind of even make the architecture really like emerge from the flora that you really develop, which is amazing. And then the kind of blend between the two, I think there could be a potential to kind of make the whole story even more consistent. But I mean, amazing work, super cool. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to the next team. Thank you guys for the beautiful presentation and work, like always. Yeah. Okay, so we have the next team coming up, A1.
Hello everyone, we are Group A1, here today to present our project Cyrus team. My name is Nisha, I'm an architect and a digital artist from India.
Hi everyone, my name is Josh. I'm based in Germany and I have a background in landscape architecture and ceramic 3D printing.
Hi everyone, my name is Tala and I'm based in Canada. I have a background in 3D animation and modeling. Thank you.
Okay, let's start. Living on with the long-lost memories of our supreme creators, known to us as the cosmic engineers, who micro-engineered the nebulous's essence to create us at the purest of places we call the oasis. Our supreme creators had a purpose for us, but in the long transition of memories passing 2 centuries, our sense of purpose faded, but that led us to seek new escapades. We Cyphozoas, in the pursuit of finding a purpose of our existence, surpass the limits of innovation and resilience. Our existence is intertwined with the towering spires that define us and our society, each structure a testament to our ingenuity and collective spirit. At the pinnacle of our civilization, we have constructed towering edifices lying under the frozen ammonia surface. Being prone to frequent meteorite impacts, the surface of nebulous is embedded with deep craters and holes. With passage of time, these craters have in fact formed intricate cave routes underneath the thick frozen crust. These underground networks have now, for centuries, served Cyphozoas to build multiple cities inside the caves, protected from the sub-zero temperatures. These live columns pierce the darkness of Nebulous, our home amidst the unforgiving asteroid belt called Hermes. These high-tech towers, in conjunction with our block companion, serve as the lifeblood of our society, each with its distinct purpose and function. Our society is a close-knit network of many microorganisms who coexist with us, some voluntarily and some with the art of DNA manipulation. Cyologica, serving as a living space on a microscale for smaller groups of our society, our city is a complex mixture of daily functions, routines, and sacred rituals. Our city stands as a sanctuary, a refuge where we seek solace and rejuvenation after laboring tirelessly in the service of our society. Within its confines, we find respite from the rigors of our daily endeavors, replenishing our strength and vitality for the challenges that lie ahead.
Adjacent to the sanctuary tower stands a marvel of engineering, the cleaning and replenishing tower. Here we undergo meticulous disinfection rituals, purging ourselves of impurities and contaminants, especially after the arduous process of releasing our offspring into the physical realm. It is a sacred duty ensuring the purity of our lineage and the continuation of our species. Further along the expanse of our cityscape, we encounter the prey storage tower, a testament to our primal instincts and survival instincts. Within its confines, we hoard the sustenance that sustains us, storing our sources of nourishment with meticulous care and precision. It is a vital resource, ensuring the prosperity and longevity of our society. I overlook our hunting grounds, swirling gas clouds and ethereal lights. I watch my kin glide with purpose, stalking prey in the eerie expanse of nebulous. As I nestle within the hibernation tower, I peer out to see other weary Cyphozoans finding solace in their own chambers. Their forms draped in the eerie glow of the underground city seem to blend seamlessly with the shadows, their movements slow and deliberate as they seek respite from the trials of the day. Through the quiet whispers of the chamber, I sense a shared sense of understanding among us, a silent acknowledgement of the collective need for rest in the haunting depths of Nebulous. But perhaps the most integral structure of all is the main tower, a sprawling colossus that houses the beating heart of our civilization. Within its labyrinth corridors, we find a myriad of chambers and compartments, each dedicated to a specific aspect of our society's functioning.
In the teaching space, we own our skills and abilities, learning the art of attack and defense against the unknown entity that lurks in the shadows of our subconscious. It is a perpetual struggle, a battle against the forces that seek to undermine our existence. Adjacent to the teaching space lies the blobs and bias section, a vital nexus of activity that sustains our society's infrastructure. Here we forge a symbiotic relationship with the amorphous entities known as blobs, tapping into their inherent energy to power our technological marvels and keep the gears of progress turning. And at the apex of the main tower, we find the gathering space, a sanctuary of collaboration and innovation. Here we convene to discuss new inventions and experiments, pooling our collective knowledge and expertise to further propel our society into the future. But beneath the veneer of progress lies a lingering sense of unease, a palpable fear that our civilization teeters on the brink of collapse. We know that the day may come when the unknown entity that haunts our collective consciousness will descend upon us, bringing an end to our existence.
Yet, even in the face of impending doom, we remain steadfast in our resolve, drawing strength from each other as we confront the uncertainties of our fate. For we are the Cyphozoa, architects of our destiny, and as long as there is breath in our bioluminescent bodies, we will continue to strive for survival against all odds.
Fear gripped me as I fled, desperate to escape the relentless pursuit of purpose that doomed us. Every step fueled by dread, I silently begged for salvation, knowing we brought this doom upon ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for the theatrical element at the end. It's always fun. It's a really beautiful presentation. Thank you for putting everything together. I think that you're thinking about your project in a very interesting way because there is this symbiotic relationship between the being and the environment, which has been there from the beginning, and the storytelling has been very powerful. However, one thing that I think that you could focus on in the next chapters and as we move forward in the program, it's going to be probably like showing these relationships a little bit more, like the body itself with the environment, or like again, like the structures and how they really coincide. The same way that you were working with the prosthesis and working with the baby inside, really like the brain of the creature. So it somehow like it encapsulated this creature, right? So in the same way now your architecture, like, and these like new spaces that you're creating, they encapsulate and they connect with your beings. And I think that you're showing so much about like in very well the connections and the different spaces and what they are, and they are meaningful like to your storyline. But this connection about like seeing how this body operates, or even having a sneak peek of like the interior of the public spaces and how they're connected, they're just, you know, like somehow limited. And again, the beauty here is that we're still, you know, like in chapter 3 of the program, we have a long way to go. So all these, you know, like feedback like that you're receiving today, and that's like in general for all groups, it's well received because you do have the time to embed it into the next steps and into your final presentations. But yeah, well done from me, like just some food for thought. Thank you, team.
Thank you. Great comment.
Thank you.
if I can follow up on that, like I really like appreciate the project, and I think it's really suggestive. It makes me think a lot and imagine a lot of those spaces. But in a way, I think what's a bit missing for me is that I kind of that there's this interesting kind of dynamic between the outside and the inside, but it kind of feels that we are always somewhat outside of this space. And I think that there's a potential like to explore more what does it mean to kind of enter those different spaces and kind of be inside and have the relation to what's outside and kind of even enter these blobs and understand them more. I think you showed something, but I think it would be interesting to kind of explore that more and also explore how by kind of mutating the kind of rules that generate and assemble the space, you would kind of read the space more. So I think it would be really interesting to explore more the relationship between kind of the global composition rules of the structure and then like the feeling of the inside and kind of like zoom in where you have differences that are determined by the outside. I think we can see some of them and it's amazing, but it would be interesting to, I would love to explore that more and to have more like really kind of going in, going out, and then understand the design rules and what's their effect on it. But thanks, it's amazing, really cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think, yeah, thinking about that. Yeah, I love listening to this discussion. The I think that there's something really interesting, like like kind of like a couple of categories, which might have like different, kind of modeling strategies that then, there could be some tricks in kind of hybridizing or transitioning between them. Like, I loved on the one hand the kind of that sort of snowy satellite image that you have on the bottom right there. Yeah, that to me is really, really interesting. Like like on the one hand, there's a kind of a geological aspect to the project, let's say, of like, rock or molten rock and snow and ice, but then it's also, there's so much about the project that I think is fascinating at the level of like designing, more tissuey, fleshy, kind of gel-like, kind of forms and materialities as well. And I think that, well, one of the places that it started to come together as a design strategy for me was, I think it was one of the redder interiors. I think it was called hibernation chambers. And that one to me was really, really interesting because there was something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. So something there where the kind of like gel-like, organ-like bio stuff, bio design stuff, is starting to talk to, I think, what's more kind of like rocky, kind of geological, yeah, interiors. There's something about that, like that concentric contouring that you're doing, which I think just is a little kind of design trick, is starting to kind of hybridize and mediate between these like two very different worlds that are trying to cohabit and coexist, right? The kind of geological part of the project and the biological part of the project. So yeah, this to me is like really, really promising, right? There's a kind of finesse to it underway, which I think is great.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up comment. Yeah, I think that the strength of this project is coming from its completeness in the way it defines the building blocks and then how things start getting together, right? So I can see how you start with the smaller part, small clusters, large clusters, the complete thing, and so on, right? But still, I mean, okay, then I'm asking what can make it better, right? And you have some, visual storytellers, obviously, in the team. There's still kind of like small gaps, as mentioned by, the reviewers. I agree with them, seeing the internal, like interiors and so on and so forth. So if you imagine like really starting from one part or multiple parts and zoom out, right, to the satellite image. So that's your narration, and then do it in a way that I shut up, right? So like you don't leave me any gaps to tell, like ask anything, right? So because you're so close to having this like complete thing, right? Like show more of the interior, show more like how the larger macro clusters join and how it really works, a little structurally too. So that's the last thing I'm gonna say. looking from like if I look from the animation perspective, it's different. If I look from the architect mind, it's kind of like looks slightly different. Like maybe you need to balance things out a little bit, but beyond it, I really like I think what you have in the first part, that part with the clusters and parts, there might be more of that, even more. Like they can play a larger role in telling your story. So yeah, thank you.
Definitely, I think we had a really difficult time using these organic forms, because several of them have contours that don't go well with each other. So we tried too much. We did these WASP aggregation, but they were not as successful. So we ended up doing some of it manually.
That's just a quick addition. Then so you have to come with a syntax, right, of geometry, which is kind of like growing and connecting and populating. I'm not telling you to go back to conventional, kind of like aggregation and with the geometries, but I think that there might be something in between with the super complex or more regulated. So
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You got great visuals, great narrative, and thank you for bringing that creepy vibes again. Always giving that chilly stuff for us. So we can pass on to Group B now.
Yeah. Next team is B3, Christine and RJ.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone, what an absolute pleasure it is to welcome you to celebrate our 250-year anniversary of the Van Allen Museum.
Through a series of curated floors within the museum, we will discover this almost unbelievable journey through a series of photographs, fossils, and bubbles that document the highly unusual habitation of the Van Allen belts. My name is Christine Roman, co-founder of the Van Allen Museum, and during daylight hours, I'm an experienced designer based in London.
And my name is RJ, a fellow founder of the museum and a grasshopper specialist based in Virginia.
The narrative unfolds with a profound philosophical inquiry. Can artificial intelligence dream? And if so, where do they go? This abstract question ignites a journey into the depths of AI consciousness, highlighting the significance of agency of their existence. Until now, the exploration of such dreamscape realms have been relegated to mere folklore. Whispers speak of their existence nestled within the belts, where the northern lights dance with highly charged magnetic fields, fostering a space ripe for digital inhabitation.
It was not until a fateful night in 1903, amidst breathtaking display of lights, that the first confirmed sightings of possible AI life forms were captured by none other than renowned Professor Thara Juniper. With such remarkable evidence, Thara, accompanied by her enthused daughter Esta, began to hypothesize on how such civilization could have been sparked into growth and adaptation.
Once initial findings were completed, the brave duo set out on their first adventure to the belts, where contact was made with the AI inhabitants and their rather flamboyant leader, where a harmonious royal union was forged between humanity and artificial intelligence. These curious creatures have a blend of technology and biology, forming a closed-loop system containing unique features such as liquid cooling bubbles and intricate data networks.
Further in our cabinet of curiosities, we see the three fundamentals of AI's built world: the diverse flora, calcified branches, and silicon bubbles. From these materials, the entire vibrant habitation is crafted from. During the 31st expedition, the oldest and founding city was confirmed, visible here, as a prototype model next to a scale model of the inhabitants. From this city alone, all of the original components of the wider world have been directly amalgamated from, and features amplified. Physical manifestations of earthling constructs such as data streams and storage are documented. Luminous green data streams are the inhabitants' lifeline for transport, connectivity, and power.
It wasn't until the 70th expedition that we had the facility to return such large calcified pieces from the belts to display them here at the museum. In the atrium, a purpose-built data pool with delicate glass tubes were installed to showcase such monumental pieces. Slowly, large data reservoirs emerged and connected to the data pool, and so we begin to see a living and running recreation of the AI in habitation in our very own museum. Smaller offshoots of bubble habitations joined between these reservoirs with supporting calcified branches. Teeming with life and activity, the localized effects of the dense data pool began to pull on the lower bubbles, causing an atmospheric stretch. It wasn't until decades later, a great accident involving a young visitor playing with a fossilized bubble falling into the pool, that caused the city to teem with vibrant foliage, and a century later, when the foliage had reached full maturity, were we finally graced with precious flowers in bloom. These aren't the only temperamental changes observed. The local flora have unique UV reactive properties that are only visible during shutdown periods. Needless to say, this is a fickle task to facilitate AI, and some years we have misjudged the electrical charge, causing widespread data storms, and saw a wild overgrowth of flora consuming the entire city.
Now, we move on to my personal favorite floor, the science floor. Here, we observe facts and strict rules of how this complex network and system is connected to ensure smooth running. The life cycle of the bubbles flow upwards as gravity lessens, where they become spherical before they burst. Here, we see the bubble connection methods. Bubbles attract neighbors to meet on their flattest surfaces. The bubbles can amalgamate in two distinct ways. Way number one is classified as random expansive growth. These bubbles all start at a single point and then expand outwards. Process number two is classified as directional growth, where the connecting bubbles form linear amalgamations and have defined start and end positions. When looking at connection rules, the bubbles are attracted to and held in place by structured pieces. Where bubbles can fit within their curves, the bubbles will start to grow out and around the structure, following one of the two methods described. Here, we see 4 rules of the amalgamation. Small structure pieces span the length of a large bone, moving and twisting to connect. Structural elements help contain bubbles, and their variation in scale creates strong cages to hold bubbles in place. Bubbles are molded by the rigidity of the structure and take on soft pinches to be held by the bone. Corpuscles are also surrounded by a spine to connect it to the larger community and resources of the amalgamation, such as the public spaces.
We are fortunate to have such successful habitation in the museum, meaning we can really get up close and personal to community living. We start at the bubble thicket, a bubble forests of sorts. This dense bubbleage can enclose inhabitants from external distractions with a protective shell to minimize interference, perfect for facilitating moral considerations, resting and recharging. The silicon membrane inflates around clusters of AI as they ponder ethical conundrums. Curiously, though, this is one of the least occupied spaces by the AI. Next is the smallest public space, the information stream. The membrane is stretched across the branches to provide an open clearing for direct access to the data stream and its neural network for learning and adaptation. It is a local secret that it's the top fishing spot, but inhabitants must ensure they are attentive, as during floods they can get caught out and left stranded on the branches until the data resumes normal levels. Finally, the data channels. Here we find heated baths powered by underwater server networks, perfect for forming various chat forums to communicate, share knowledge, and data consumed across the city. As one of the most inhabited spaces, it provides a ground for the sheep nursery. For those just joining us, Mr. Sheepy are the original inhabitants of the landscape that freely roam the terrain, and we are delighted that they too thrive in our captive museum.
As we wrap up this splendid celebration, we celebrate at the photography exhibition under the guidance of photographers Laura and Andre. These photographs showcase our historic museum's dynamic juxtaposition against this peculiar new digital realm.
Whilst this began as a question of AI's potential to dream and therefore its state of consciousness, over the course of this exhibition, it has manifested to one of authority. Here at the museum, we meticulously maintain guardianship, but the AI's unpredictable nature indeed query agency and self-awareness beyond our human control. But this is a query for another day.
Before we part ways, we'd like to thank you, everyone, for your company tonight, and remember, the Van Allen Museum's doors remain open, welcoming you to explore and wander at your leisure.
Until we meet again, may curiosity guide your path through our magical halls. Thank you.
Thank you, team. It was such a pleasure going through this presentation. It was so much fun. Like you've put so much really effort into creating this storyline. I love that from the beginning you were trying to find a unique voice and a unique way to present the project, and you weren't giving up until like you found like the best avenue to do so. And I feel that like you're very, very successful in the storytelling aspect of the project, and as well as the project itself. So really congrats on this milestone for the presentation. One thing that like I would say, like it's definitely like the challenge here is again like the storytelling, like the uniqueness of the way that like you're, you know, like deciding to pursue this storytelling, and then at the same time like the balancing act with actually like going into the explanations of like the logics. And I think that you're doing really like a remarkable job there. One thing that like I would like maybe like to see in the future is again this connection with the prosthesis itself in the scale that you're showing, you know, like these aggregations, because they're so complex, so beautiful, like what you know, like you're designing. So I do feel that there is an opportunity again, like for this like sneak peek of the actual prosthesis, like integrated like into like some of those visuals. Again, to be able to see this connection, it's vital, because like everything starts from the first presentations and everything. Exactly, yes, like some of those visuals are really, really interesting to see, and the prosthesis, like it's quite important to see like the connection there. But yes, because it's starting from the beginning, from the concept lab, and again, like the first thing that you are building is the prosthesis and this new body, right? Like, so this connection like needs to be maintained as well. Thank you, guys. Beautiful work.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. It's amazing work, really unique project, unique visuals. It's very beautiful. Your narration is amazing, so it's so nice to see and hear everything that you have prepared today. And also, as Paulina mentioned, I really enjoyed how you explained the whole project. All the logic is there, very well set and done. Thank you so much.
There are two things about this project that I find super intriguing. The first one being, I think this is one of the first times I'm noticing where like you're including me as a human, as an audience interacting with your project, right? Like the great accident was done by a human. So I think it's really interesting how you like included the audience in your project, right? You're not just telling us, okay, this is our logic, but you're like showing us what actually like happened, you know? So you create this beautifully fictitious subliminal like history, and the fact that you tell me and you show me this timeline, I'm like, okay, that's fact, you know? So I think you did such a beautiful job with the narrative. But then also like this is a project with ephemerality, which I think is super intriguing too, because there's no final design, you know, there's no what ifs. Again, I'm convinced that like this grows over time in these different ways based off of like, you know, like the logic that you guys have set up for yourself. And I think you've done such a stunning job in terms of like balance too and control, because that can be really hard with an ephemeral project of like, when do I stop designing? To what extent do I design? And again, like these images are just like, I'm completely, you know, stunned by, because they're just so beautifully crafted and balanced in terms of like, what is flora? What is your bone structure? Like this fossilized calcium bone structure. I think it's just like an overall like very impressive project. And the way that you presented it is also like, you know, quite fresh. So congratulations.
I have a question.
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead. Jason.
I'm super impressed by everything, and it's almost kind of making me eat my words on my first comment to the first team, because I was talking about kind of tying the narrative between all the different elements, but I think when you hyper focus on things like this and you almost display them in a way in which each one is like its own little unique piece of art, I don't even question whether you've spent the time to actually tie it back into the narrative. I'm almost just convinced blindly that you tied it back into the narrative some way. I would actually say to everybody, go check out this exhibition by Damien Hirst that I saw in Venice a couple of years back. I think it must have been pre-pandemic, but it was called The Treasures from the Wreck of the Unbelievable. And Damien Hirst really did this beautiful thing where he brought you into the experience like you just did us, and it kind of played a little bit of a mind game with you in terms of making you think that you're on this kind of Jacques Cousteau discovery of, you know, underwater things. It was really cool. I think Netflix actually has a special on it, but go check it out. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna jump in now. So I wanted to ask you a question instead of kind of like great feedback from everyone. It's a powerful project, right? So if we step back and, you know, you can envision yourself in any kind of setting. You know, in academia, you would get the question, okay, so what? In product creation, it's like, does it work? In the art world, you need the critics to agree with your work. But if, as an interviewer, I asked you, what is your main contribution? Like, tell me, like, this is what we did. Do you have anything like that? Any sensation like that in one word, one sentence or two sentences? Did you think about it?
Do you think they need to? Like, do you think they need to, like, ask that, like, this is what we implemented?
No, I am asking. I'm not saying, no, I am asking now. I'm not saying they have to. I'm asking, did you think about it? This is a question. Yes, no, maybe. Okay. So, you know, for me, it was like, okay, we created a project that focused on the dreams of AI, but our own dreams were more impressive. So I think, you know, like you can, what I'm saying is, I think you can take a little bit of authorship on yourself with this project because it's very powerful.
Yeah, if I could just tag on to this, you know, it's making me think of, you know, it seems like there were a couple of teasers or a little sort of, you know, couple seeds you planted, I think, along the way of the narrative that, you know, there could also be these errors, right? Right. I think there's an image of kind of spillover and flood, you know, or like you know, it seems like there's a version of this project, you know, in a parallel universe where where the vegetation, you know, becomes almost like kind of feral, sort of, you know, takes on a life of its own, takes over the whole world. And I think the third teaser that was sort of in there, or Easter egg or whatever it is, was that the AI itself could also take on a life of its own. And so I'm curious, right? Because I'm fascinated by this, and you know, I think it's like amazingly well done. On all levels, and I think that you know we're seeing like in a great way, you know, the really carefully worked out kind of skillful version where everything's working together. And so I'm just sort of curious if there's some way at some point to get a glimpse into one of these kind of like escalating error worlds where the vegetation is really taken over, or the kind of AI mind behind this is, you know, is created some kind of, you know, like doesn't necessarily have to be like, you know, dystopian, but just, you know, what's you know, if a strand of the project has the volume turned way up on it, you know, what kind of strange futures come out of that as well. But anyway, yeah, amazing.
Yeah, we'll have to ask Barry in maintenance. He's in the basement floor.
Yes.
So we have we have this whole
exactly.
discussion on like who owns AI, and it's not the AI, it's like Barry who's maintaining the servers. Like he's doing all the dusting. Like if he gives up, then that's when the kind of chaos kind of breaks down. And it's just funny that the maintenance guy is actually the one running the show.
Right.
So
exactly.
we'll see what he's got in store for us.
Yeah, he's the ghost in the machine, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to explore a lot more in the 5th chapter when everything like comes together fully.
Any last comments? No. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the presentation. You outdid yourself. Good job.
Amazing. Thank you, everyone.
Let's
Thank you
move
so
on to the
much.
next team. You want? With Casio, Cesar, and Diego.
Hello. I'm sharing my screen. Can you confirm?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Cool. Well, hello everyone. We are Group BO1. My name is Cesar Requejo and I'm an architect from Peru.
Hello everyone, my name is Cassio Tani and I'm an architect from Brazil.
Hello everyone, my name is Diego Guerrero and I'm an architect from Ecuador.
We are here today to present our project called Symphony of Symbiosis, so let's get started. In the heart of lush radiance, the Etherians, an advanced race, coexist harmoniously with the planet's ecosystems. Shaped by natural selection and propelled by biotechnology, they boost a collective hive mind for unparalleled coordination. Their quest for moonstone, vital for survival, leads to the creation of the synthesions. Initially designed for harvesting, these creations rebel, sparking a cosmic conflict. In response, the Etherians deploy biotech defenders to safeguard their existence in low orbit. This epic saga explores the intricate dynamics of the Etherians as they navigate life challenges in the unforgiving low orbit around Radiance. The Etherians' physical transformation follows an evolutionary path, adapting their environment by fortifying various body parts. As they evolve, their structure aims to blend seamlessly with the hive's living spaces. Entering an advanced stage of bioengineering, the Etherians merge with Radiance's ecosystems, transforming into the hive. This protective layer adapts to low orbit variations, propelling them forward. As the Etherians continue to evolve, they extend their physical state to form the biomass, a massive living network used to hold their collective identity within the biosynopsis, which is a sprawling neighborhood of hundreds of organisms clustered in symbiotic relationships along towering exoskeletal structures. Each biosynopsis community, meticulously designed by the Etherians themselves, ensures resilience and adaptability to the hive.
A huge biomass rises from the planet Radiance to optimize the transformation of resources between the low orbit and the planet's surface. In that very network, multiple organisms converge to constitute the biosynopsis and institute its maturation and expansion. Delving into this intricate composition, it reveals a carefully planned ecosystem. At the surface level, a sprawling network of interconnected segments forms the terrain. Rising from the terrain are vertical towers, serving as conduits for energy and communication, while public space emerge from this structural nucleus. Beneath the surface lies a labyrinth of underground chambers and pathways, intricately woven with exoskeletal structures, and also a muscle composition to support the complex ecosystem thriving within. Amidst the network of vertical structures, hive-hold habitational spaces lay strategically positioned alongside recollection pieces, which advance the Ethereum race through experimentation and energy processing. These pieces connect to canalization ones, redirecting energy to key parts of the biosynopsis, ensuring vigilance and defense readiness. This constant improvement of their defense systems is entirely developed in their experimentation rooms. Inside these rooms, they can morph, combine, and experiment with their bodies, forming vehicles that can enable them to travel between the colonies or to conquer new moons. Meticulously crafted and strategically placed, this piece contributes to the overall functionality and adaptability of the biosynopsis. The three main structures stand as ethereal neighborhoods side by side, each composed of identical pieces of the hivehold, intertwining seamlessly to support one another. The biosynopsis features towering exoskeletal structures as its backbone, rising from radiant surface. These towers serve as the main support system from which various other crucial pieces, grouped by purpose, emerge to sustain the Ethereum species. These groupings work in harmony, usually following specific logics of connections between themselves. The main connectors are found in the back of each piece, allowing them to anchor themselves to the main exoskeletal structure. Once in place, each type of piece has a possibility to start growing on itself with pieces of the same family, allowing bigger space to be hyper-focused to excel on sole tasks. The collaboration between these pieces allows the biosynopsis to form interconnected clusters within itself. These clusters, characterized by shared functionalities, aggregate themselves to create more complex and specialized areas. Building massive neighborhoods, flourishing with life in every corner, giving its residents hundreds of different tasks to ensure the continuation of the Ethereum's life cycle. The clusters are divided in different levels, which define the general functions from each one, and are also strategically placed to have more protected areas wherever it's needed.
These pieces synergize to form distinctive areas within the biosynopsis, each diverse enough to allow each cluster to function perfectly on their own, but working in a strengthened way as a group. As these clusters merge to form the biosynopsis, they are arranged into distinct levels based on their depth from the surface. These levels perform essential functions, from the foundational nucleus level, managing moonstone flow, healing and breathing, to the bustling activity of the subsurface level with housing, transport, and gathering areas. Moving upward, the surface level hosts industrial and lab spaces, while the floating level accommodates heavy biomachinery and additional industrial functions, enhancing transport and innovation within the biosynopsis. Throughout the structure, energy is irrigated through 3 giant moonstone holders suspended from certain clusters, further enhancing their functionality. Public spaces, scattered throughout the clusters, serve as focal points for communal interaction and rejuvenation, fostering a sense of community and connection. First, equipped with smaller moonstone holders, the Synthesis Hub provides a source of energy and offers a tranquil retreat for Ethereans to gather and recharge. Strategically placed within the clusters, the giant moonstone holders serve to foster energy and redistribute it throughout the whole colony. Lastly, the Heaven's Crest integrates nesting spaces with the rest of the hive, ensuring unity and cohesion within the biosynopsis. Here, amidst the gentle hum of energy flow, they gather to rejuvenate and collaborate, their single shared spirit lifted by the common sense of purpose and progress found within the hive. Advanced biotech, intricately woven into the fabric of their existence, infuses these spaces with vitality, allowing life to flourish in every corner. These places keep smaller members of the hive constantly recharged and ready for the next task. This intricate organization not only ensures efficient functionality, but also fosters a rich and diverse environment within the biosynopsis. The underground showcases the foundations of the groupings that stand here as protective layers for the hive. In contrast, the surface generates a more dynamic scene, with all the different activities that keep the Ethereans moving forward, active, and displayed in all the different efficient parts that coalesce into this life cycle. As one navigates through this marvel of alien engineering, it becomes evident that the biomass is not just an habitat, but a testament to the ingenuity and unity of the Etherean species, a true marvel of extraterrestrial civilization. As we conclude our exploration, we remain enthralled by the biosynopsis' magnificent journey woven into the cosmic fabric of the universe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, team. Very strong presentation, and I love that you were very thorough, like through the logic and every step that you were taking about the project and how are you thinking about it, like your clusters, pieces, how they're grouped, like every decision that you're making. So I think that like that was very, very successful. So really thank you for doing that and for really like clarifying like all these steps, like for this presentation. But also I love like your visuals, like I know that again like you worked very hard on them, and I think that like you do have like this like balance between the outside realm, right, like and some like sneak peeks into actually like the aggregations. Yeah, especially like the yes, like the garden that like you're showing, and like the relationship with your prosthesis here. Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina.
Thanks, Paulina.
I'll jump in here because I usually comment about narrative, but you know, it could be an aesthetic choice that you picked, but everything kind of looks like a very, you know, like high poly voxel, like everything's kind of almost has a softness to it in terms of your modeling. And I would just challenge you maybe to zoom in and find a couple nice ridge lines through the geometry that you have, and just see if you can play with a little bit of creasing or something. I think you've already done. You know, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's a little bit of it saves it because it actually ties the language all together. The fact that everything has a little bit of this softness. But if you just went in there and actually found some, like I said, some of those defined ridge lines, maybe start to work with some creases and bring out a little bit of more hard geometry like you find in nature, then I think everything really ties together beautifully too. So.
Yeah, I think overall, like I mean, obviously the images are just super captivating and stunning. And I think like there was one image where I was like kind of like on the ground looking up at this kind of like Oculus like space. Yeah. And I think you've done such a beautiful job integrating all aspects of the chapters that you've learned so far, right? Everything down from the actual like organism to like the overall atmosphere, which is so hard to achieve, I feel like, in this exercise. But you've done such a great job in your foreground, middle ground, background, and achieving that kind of blend and taking us through that space and how it's organized. And also, I think Pavlina said it earlier, but like you did such a great job with clarity in terms of like your strategy. And like I really loved your like computational diagram of like the kind of low res primitive blocks and then the high res like softened structures. I think like this is such an amazing diagram, and I don't want to like undermine it because I think it's really like amazing how you have that level of clarity and strategy. Like this is what we're doing, and this is what we're like holding ourselves accountable with in terms of aesthetic. So overall, like super clear, very, you know, high end kind of renderings too. So I just wanted to commend you guys on that one.
Yeah, if I could just chime in, Megan, I love that you mentioned atmosphere in the comment, and yeah, the visuals, especially some of the later ones, it's so, you know, it's like so promising, so vivid. I mean, this project is really making me think a lot about yeah, atmosphere and air and you know particulates and you know, let's say those aspects of ecology, right? You know, which are, you know, which maybe sometimes slip away because, you know, they're so hard to visualize, right? But, you know, but this one, yeah, I wonder if there's more to explore in this project about the relationship between the atmospheric aspects of this kind of sci-fi ecosystem or that that you're world building and and skin, like some of the like the kind of rendering that's sort of kind of translucent and sort of slick and wet, right? You start to imagine that there's some kind of hydrophilic, hydrophobic dynamic in some of the skin as well. And that the kind of visual tectonics of absorption, might give a whole other kind of, unexpected life for the project that are, kind of, coming almost, in reverse out of the rendering, and kind of meeting in the middle, these kind of amazing, evolutionary matrices, that you're also showing, at the start of your presentation. So just one last very, very quick thing. I have a fondness for this film Prospect. It's a kind of low budget science fiction film, and I don't know if anyone's sort of seen it, but it's like, I feel like the whole film is basically about air. Even though they never really come out and say it, but if you sort of watch this film and this very, very subtly designed, kind of, sparkling of, long story short, spores that are in the atmosphere of this kind of strangely familiar sci-fi ecosystem. There's so much that comes out of air, even though you don't necessarily see it. And I just think it's really important that you've given it substance here, and I just want to root for you to to take it on more. Thanks.
Nice comments. Thanks.
Thanks, everyone.
One quick thing to add here. Thank you guys so much. It's morning for me. It's been so wonderful this morning seeing everyone's projects rendered out, and they're incredibly captivating and beautiful. I think for you guys, and perhaps an overall comment, is one of the hardest things has been seeing your prosthesis and like finding them. Like, you guys have had me glued to the screen being like, wait, where are they, right? And perhaps in some images that's fine and appropriate. In some other images, maybe we want them to be more central or more differentiated. Sometimes that can be done just with a trick of, darkness to lightness. But I also think you guys have done a wonderful job with your diagrams. Like, I appreciate that you've talked about the levels throughout your site, right? The underground, the surface, and the above. You diagram that, you diagram the logic. Perhaps there's a way to show us the scale of the prosthesis in your diagrams as well, right? Like, sometimes there's a trick that people, that designers, architects do, where they give them a different color, like a kind of pop, just to show their relationship, because they do have importance in this amalgamation. At the end of the day, it is for them, they inhabit it. And so it might be worth maybe in one of these diagrams, or perhaps a subset, to kind of bring that in so we can see where they're aggregating just by the sheer color, though they're going to be quite small, right? But again, just to bring us back to the scale of the whole thing, because I feel like that's a struggle in this chapter, is like showing that when you do get to be so kind of large in your occupation of the site. So again, really fantastic. I love the storytelling. It was so clear in your presentation. So those were just a couple thoughts. But thank you guys again.
Thank you, Laura. Helped a lot.
Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, I just want to add.
Guys.
Yeah. Can I 1 second, or just quickly? I'll be quick.
Yeah,
I just want to add to all the comments. I mean, like, I think it's really great what you showed, and I agree particularly with Laura. It really made me follow your whole story and really like go and look at like where these prostheses are and how they happen. And it's just super cool. One comment that I had that like, which I would like to see a little maybe explored even a bit more, is in your final render, since this is kind of this kind of biological structure that it's kind of like, we get this feeling that it's moving almost, it's almost like kind of in becoming. And I think I would be really interested in kind of seeing that becoming, kind of seeing like in the final renders also like something that is completely expanded and overgrown, and then something that kind of shrinks down a little bit more, and kind of look at the different kind of atmospheres and aesthetics that does. I think it could be something interesting to explore. You have done it in all your storytelling and how you explained how that happened. It could be very nice to see it in the final renders as well. I would love to kind of see how the atmospheres change in a way.
Thank you everyone for the comments. Thank you guys for the presentation, for the visuals, for the work. Should be proud of yourself. And thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
And now I'll give you to Group A.
Yep, let's move on back to Group A, A5.
Welcome everyone to the culmination of our journey through the skies of Joveris. I'm Hina Chaudhary and I'm joined by my teammate Meren Elena Jacob. Today, we invite you to embark on a voyage of discovery as we unveil the vibrant tapestry of shimmering abyss. In the boundless skies of Joveris, where the heavens themselves seemed to stretch to infinity, two distinct races thrived, but they did so in stark opposition. The Aerialis, avian creatures with wings that spans entire city blocks, called the clouds their home. Their ethereal abodes floated high above the rest of the world, and their society was one of serenity and grace.
On the other hand, the Cytonians were a stark contrast. They were a race of half machine, half organic beings, built for survival amidst toxic gaseous wastelands that stretched far below the skyward plateaus. Their existence was one of machinery and industry, with a constant hum of technology resonating through their mechanical cities. For decades, these two factions had been locked in a bitter feud, each vying for the scarce resources that Joveris offered. Amidst the turbulence, a glimmer of hope arose from the minds of a few daring scientists. They envisioned a creature that could bridge the gap between the avians and the cyborgs, a being that could thrive in the harsh climates of both worlds. Many attempts ended in failure with bizarre and unviable results. But the scientists persisted, driven by their shared dream of coexistence, and created Skylar, a unique hybrid.
From the fusion of avian biology and cyborg technology, Skylar was born. A magnificent creature, Skylar had wings that shimmered with the ethereal beauty of the aerialis, skin that could convert toxic gases into cyber energy, and they were reinforced with the advanced alloys and propulsion systems of the Cytonians. Their metallic plates glistened with an otherworldly glow, and its eyes held the wisdom of two civilizations. Skylar's wings and legs were inspired by the elegant designs of Aerialis, featuring a grandeur akin to these majestic avian beings. Skylar's rest of the body, on the other hand, was influenced by the intricate anatomy of the Cytonians, fusing advanced cyborg technology with organic elements.
The hexagonal rock formations of Shimmering Abyss are a unique feature shaped by toxic gases emitted by the Cytonians. These gases interacted with the environment, catalyzing chemical reactions that formed these distinctive hexagonal rocks. Skylar's unification of the Aerialis and the Cytonians led to the transformation of this once toxic landscape into the thriving Shimmering Abyss community. The shallow rivers flowing between the rocks not only provides fresh water, but also connects the community to its surroundings. Let's explore Lumina Heavens, a marvel of design and functionality, with a textured outer shell exuding strength and grace, skylights casting a mesmerizing glow, smooth internal geometries enhancing allure, and a cyber energy layer converting toxic gases into usable energy distributed via microfibers from a central source.
The main energy core converts toxic gases into usable energy distributed through microfibers, nurturing luminal flora with the confluence chamber facilitating community and dialogue. The Cognizance Archive bridging civilizations. In the process of creating the Shimmering Abyss community, the dwelling unit, Lumina Havens, underwent a transformation where it was strategically divided into distinct pieces to form clusters within the new settlement. Each cluster retained elements of the original dwelling unit's design and functionality, while also incorporating unique features tailored to the specific needs and preferences of its residents.
The ground units serve as a foundation of the community, providing living spaces for its residents and characterized by their seamless integration with the surrounding environment. The tower units rise above the ground, spiraling upwards in a stunning display of architectural innovation, and were created by stacking and intertwining the smaller pieces of Lumina Heavens, forming towering edifices that reach towards the sky. It offers panoramic views of the surrounding landscape and provides additional living spaces for residents.
Bridge units serve as connectors between different parts of the community, spanning across the shallow river that flows through the landscape. They are not only essential for facilitating movement and connectivity within the community, but also serve as gathering space and focal points for social interaction. Public space units are dedicated to communal activities and amenities, providing residents with access to essential services and recreational facilities. These units are strategically located throughout the community, creating vibrant hubs of activity and fostering a sense of belonging and community spirit among residents.
The initial phase of development focused on establishing ground unit clusters that seamlessly integrated with the rugged cliff sides. These clusters served as a foundation of the amalgamation, blending functionality with the natural contours of the landscape. The cyber energy matrix, strategically positioned among the clusters at specific intervals, served as a lifeblood of the amalgamation. Responsible for providing energy to the dwellings within each cluster, these matrices represented the technological backbone of Skylar's vision. At the heart of her design lies the Serenity Helix, a symbol of unity between the Cytonians and the avians. Nestled within the tranquil waters of the river, this public space serves as a beacon of hope and resilience with its complex formation of helixes. With observation decks adorning its outer layers, the Serenity Helix offers a panoramic view of the surrounding landscape, inviting contemplation and reflection.
Stretching outwards from the Serenity Helix are three bridges, each connecting to the sprawling dwellings that dot the cliff sides. Adjacent to the Synergy Forge, a hub of technological innovation, stood the cybergoods storage, a repository of knowledge and resources essential for the advancement of the community, where groundbreaking innovations in cyber technology are conceived and developed.
On one side of the cliffs, we encounter the Zenith Pavilion, a majestic multi-level gathering space that pulsates with energy and activity. As the epicenter of communal life, the Zenith Pavilion plays host to a myriad of events and celebrations. As we ascend the cliffs, we are greeted by a network of public plazas where residents come together to exchange ideas and celebrate the spirit of unity that defines their community.
The Tower of Dwelling Units stand as testament to the ingenuity and collaboration of Skylar's creation. These structures embody the essence of unity and harmony. Each tower is meticulously designed to accommodate the diverse needs of both avian and Cytonian inhabitants, offering a seamless blend of natural and technological aesthetics. The spiraling architecture of the towers not only enhances their visual appeal, but also symbolizes growth, progression, and the unyielding spirit of innovation that defines Skylar's vision for the future.
Together, we have built more than just a neighborhood. We have forged a symbol of unity and harmony that will stand as a beacon of hope for generations to come. As we look towards the horizon, let us embrace the spirit of Shimmering Abyss and continue to strive towards a future where unity reigns supreme and the diversity is celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Great presentation. I loved again, like you were very thorough through the whole process and organization. I love the interior views because like you were giving us this sneak peek like into understanding really the interior aspect also of the project. So I'm really happy about like this aspect and that you really worked through it. So thank you so much for the great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Pavlina.
Yeah, I mean, the image is,
sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna say the images are absolutely stunning again too. I think you guys have really done a beautiful job setting up the kind of criteria for yourselves. I think just I had like two comments. The first one being in a way I don't know if this is intentional or not, but you've created like a tower, right? Like at the end, like if you could go to one of your tower views, but then you kind of started us off with like this kind of like super kind of dystopic scene of like the smokestacks like polluting the air and like creating all of this kind of like negative atmospheric energy in the air. And then you give us a smokestack tower kind of aesthetic at the end. And I don't know if that was intentional or not, but that's like me as a fresh eye coming in. I think that's a really actually beautiful kind of duality between the smokestack that you started us off with and the tower that you're giving us kind of at the end as a result. So I don't know if that's something you want to speak about. Like, is it emitting some kind of positive energy or atmosphere into the air that like now that your organisms start to contribute more to the environment? Or, you know, I think it's an interesting, you know, thing. Like I said, like it's a fresh eye seeing kind of the smokestack and tower dynamic. That was one of the comments. And then the second comment I had is you mentioned twice about this kind of like seamless integration with the landscape. And I don't think it's seamless quite yet. I just see it as you kind of like not even embedding, but just like planting them into the ground. But I almost kind of want to see like you've only done it at a surface level, right? I kind of want to see like layers of depth to it, right? Like you're just kind of adding your form in the positive direction, right? Like, but do we start to dig in? Do you begin to start to kind of like infiltrate the landscape, similar to how those images that you showed us before of the smokestacks and the kind of like bleeding into the landscapes? Like, do you start to have moments like that? But, you know, again, just things to think about because you've produced such beautiful imagery. Like I start to see like maybe there's not quite a seamless transition or integration quite yet. But it could be there. But overall, you know, beautiful imagery to kind of get, you know, the gears going. So thank you.
So the tower units and like the combination of ground units and tower kind of structures was based on our concept, as the two races are, one is like it's living almost in the air all the time, and one is almost living on the ground level. So we wanted to show unity amongst those two races through our design. So that was the reason behind this. And I think the with the landscape, we did try to like have it almost seamlessly blend with the levels and the cliffs. But yeah, I think we can explore more. That's a great idea about exploring more in depth with the site. So thank you.
Thank you, girls, about the amazing project. Great presentation. It's super clear. Amazing visuals. I really like the consistency in your project since chapter 1. Like everything works pretty well together. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Svetlana.
Yeah, I love how all the projects today, this is kind of, almost like mutual surrogate relationship between the inhabitants and, and what the, what the architecture is evolving into, right? As if the kind of, what's architecture is surrogate for the kind of inhabitant body and vice versa. And, your project is it's just making me think a lot about swarming, right? So it's not just that there's some, some body form traits in common, between the creatures and their, in their architectural environment, sort of a little bit, how like, wasps and orchids, start to kind of become each other a little bit, materially and visually and morphologically. And yeah, yeah, for years, I love this idea that, there's something, kind of aerial and sort of swarming about the population. And maybe your particular take on aggregation, right, is is dynamic aggregation and swarming. And I feel like, in some of your aerials and your plans, you can almost, you can really start to almost see it, right? Right, where there are these sort of, it's like a kind of a snapshot of a swarm, or a shimmer, or something like that. And and just thinking about Megan's comment, about its relationship with the ground or something like that. Even just thinking that they're like in the water, where it looks like you start to have, something different from the kind of hex, the hex tectonic landscape, and there's something softer. I don't know if that's sort of sand or some kind of sediment or silt or something like that, that's starting to almost take on or like echoing the morphology of the, this kind of swarm of monarch butterflies. So there might, you might have planted a little seed for yourself, there to, to start to make some, some fused aggregates of architecture and landscape. And, even if it just, maybe it even just starts at the level of color and surface and pigmentation, before it turns totally into form, what happens when some of the surface conditions and pigmentation of your surfaces start to sort of imprint or bleed off, or kind of, first graphically mark out some, some common ground between the earth and the architecture, could be really fascinating. So yeah, beautiful project.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you
Jason,
so
Jason, just to comment on your comment too. I never really noticed. Well, why I would like this one is actually there is an advanced kind of repetitive nature to it. I mean, when you look at it, you can see all the little aggregates. Some get bigger, some get smaller. And then I started thinking to myself, like, what if we took this exercise and you actually looked back at, how humans actually go about doing this? We would actually see that, I mean, everybody's project today makes humans look like a mess, in terms of like how many different typologies and morphologies we have in our urban context. And,
yeah.
And so, like, it wouldn't be bad, and this is a comment for everybody, if you every once in a while you saw that there was something that was, what if we're dealing with a species that actually doesn't have such a cohesive kind of design language across everything, like us. Well, not quite like us, because I wouldn't want you to design like us, but I'm just saying, like, there might be like 1 or 2 or 3 distinct families coming together too, so.
One quick feedback about the swarming, maybe, Jason highlighted here. Every project has its own like building blocks, right? So you have connectors, you have elements, they come together in a way. So essentially what everybody doing is a rule-based design, You have a shape, you have rules, you kind of like make them, get together, come together. So in this one, I think there's a bit of difference in the way that the unit is designed in a way, and then the aggregation happens in another way, right? So you don't necessarily have connectors. They kind of like that swarming kind of like fit together and so on. And they do it in different ways, right? So sometimes they spiral, sometimes they kind of like pile up and so on. But all that kind of like the secondary rule of aggregation is creating different situations. And I think this, like, I don't think you're like super critical yet about the conditions that you're creating that happens during the aggregation. Let's say, what is the function of that yellow surface, right? So you have this quad shape with like four yellow petals, if you will, like leaves. Some of them, they totally get kind of like obscured by the one that's kind of like sitting on top of it, or it's kind of like deforms in the way that it's not functional anymore, and so on and so forth, right? So I'm kind of like, looking at the corners and different, let's say, for instance, that image in the kind of like middle down now, I don't really understand if, the part as is still able to kind of like function what it's supposed to do, right? So this is just to say that it's, it's not for the sake of like criticizing something. It's saying that, okay, this is the time that you kind of like step back and then, okay, what do I need to change either in my part or in my aggregation method, right? Because in some of them, we didn't really discuss this. For instance, Harlan in the previous project said, oh, why not add some, creases, which is, about the function of the form rather than the aggregation, because the aggregation was working in our eyes and minds, right? So this is just, again, like step back, and also maybe there's some modification that needs to take place on the part, or maybe the part, let's say, goes, I'm just making it up, thinking loud, goes down to like 3 petals, because one is kind of like getting destroyed and totally kind of like, getting lost and so on. So it's like finding the 4-leaf clover in a huge field of flowers. But yeah, so step back, look into your rules, maybe make it work better. So thank you.
Thank you. All good feedback.
Thank you, everyone, for all the beautiful comments and beautiful presentation and great visuals, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next team, A2.
Am I audible?
Yeah,
you're audible. Am I audible as well?
Yes, you both are.
Start sharing my screen.
Go ahead, thanks.
Can you see my screen?
I'm seeing it.
Sorry. Yeah.
So good day. Thank you for joining us here today. We're A2.
My name is Rohan.
And I'm Juan. We're going to present our amalgamation titled Veritas. So let's jump right in. Our narrative unfolds against the backdrop of Planet 1133, a planet rescued from the environmental decline by the skillful Nokinahe. At the helm of this audacious venture stands Dr. Elysia Nakato, a visionary leader who pioneered the metamorphosis experiment, co-developing NeuroWeave, an advanced neural interface and exoskeletal system. Through NeuroWeave, consciousness could be disassembled into atomized bioluminescent particles called fireflies, each carrying fragments of one's identity and memories. These fireflies converge within the digital realm, giving birth to the Nexus, a vast repository of shared wisdom and interconnected consciousness that can be openly accessed by all. However, in Onera, this convergence triggered the luminal paradox, a seismic tear in the nexus that led to snippets of our collective identity spilling into the physical world, resulting in surreal physical and mental distortions that affect both the landscape and individuals. Thankfully, our NeuroWeave technology has enabled us to navigate through this surreal landscape. The NeuroWeave system is broken down into 5 core components: REM1, Flex Shell, Alivio Sleeve, Alivio Hikers, and LumaLink energy management system.
With time, the luminal paradox rendered Nira uninhabitable for the Nukinahe, prompting the need to find a new haven, a place where the delicate interplay between these metaphysical manifestations and reality harmoniously unfold. Habitat 6413 emerged as the first response to this imperative, groundbreaking prototype of a habitation module. The module is divided into 4 main sections: the Theta Dome that houses the Nexus ports. On the main deck, we find the Xochitepanya, our communal oasis, Grotaluma, a cavernous ceremonial space, and R&D labs and storage area. As the luminal paradox engulfed the city of Unira, we developed a new environment overlaying the old city in an attempt to contain the damage while maintaining a connection to our roots. This technological haven, characterized by its amalgamation of advanced machinery and artificial flora, not only served as a refuge from the luminal paradox, but also laid the foundation for a deliberate migration towards a more secure and sustainable settlement. The ingenious design of the mega oasis provided a beacon of hope, guiding the inhabitants through the challenging landscape and signaling the promise of a safer and thriving future. Separating the mega oasis from Unira's cityscape, we find the Lumacore icicles, serving as a barrier to regulate and contain the luminal paradox. The Unira towers rise up from the rubble and reach out towards the newly developed landscape. At the bottom lie the low-rise settlements of Unira, which are covered by the seismic plates that tore apart during the luminal paradox. In parallel, we also experimented with the prototype habitation module, adapting it to various functions and purposes. Keeping the knowledge of our ancestors as a guiding stone, we assembled these pieces together to create our zones. Horizontally, these clustered spaces came together as a nexus promenade and dwelling havens, resting on top of a structural base. Vertically, the clusters stacked together in the form of base, spine, and spires to form the luminar tower. Bit by bit, these clusters assimilated together, creating larger spaces that flowed into each other. Across the expansive terrain, the new city flourished over time, forming clusters that bear witness to the seamless integration of residence and exploration. The constructions exemplify the Nukinahe's ingenuity and technological prowess, combining organic contours with synthetic elegance. We hereby welcome you to Veritas, a new settlement, a neighborhood built on top of the old city of Unira.
At the heart of our metropolis, the Lumina Tower stands tall, a focal point in our ever-evolving landscape. Within, the Theta Domes play a vital role in the interweaving tapestry of our advanced society. Theta Domes are multifunctional, hosting nexus pods for seamless interdimensional communication and serving as modular living spaces that blend technology with habitation. Lumina's unique feature is the ethereal canopy that envelops the peripheral zones. R&D lab modules push scientific boundaries, and designated storage zones serve the needs of luminaires, essential for the efficient mobility of the Nokinahe. The Onira Tales descend to the old city, anchoring us to our ancestral homes, functioning as a channel for cosmic energies. The Onera Tales embody the core of our evolutionary journey in the graceful interplay between reality and dreams. As daylight fades and the cityscape bathes in the incandescent glow of its own creation, the Lumalink trails awaken. These bustling avenues become vital arteries, coursing celestial energy through the metropolis. Circling the tower in the city's lower perimeter, the dwelling havens on the Nexus Promenade harmonize with the Make Oasis. Adapting to the topography, they integrate with the ancient city, embodying the delicate balance between the tangible and the intangible.
At this level, we also find the Whispering Naya Grove, or communal oasis. The Nayas are majestic elm trees developed long ago by our ancestors. A symbol of spiritual connectivity and wisdom, they are our closest connection to the Nexus. The Nayas, living tapestries of the ages, boast carbon fiber bark marked by scars of epochs past. Reaching skyward, they form a holographic canopy, bathing the surroundings in an ethereal glow. Bioluminescent leaves flicker like celestial lanterns, casting an otherworldly light upon citizens seeking refuge from the ceaseless march of progress. Unified, Veritas and Onira's legacy form a seamless fusion, echoing like a timeless melody. As Veritas ascends gracefully, it carries the gentle whispers of ancient winds and the enduring spirit of Onira. This ascent is not just physical, but transcendent, a journey into the limitless possibilities that the future holds, resonating with the promise of a city that intertwines its essence with the ever-unfolding narrative of time. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. Well done. Really great presentation. I want to commend you on having this amazing continuity from chapter to chapter. We can see very clearly how your thought process developed. And I love that we see the connection even like from chapter 1 with the prosthesis. Then we see actually like how it connects with Corpasso, and then the Corpasso as being really a part of the aggregation. It's very clear, not just by the diagram, but also the visuals that you're showing. Because again, like you are using these like detailed models, like in certain really important places through your visuals, where we can really relate and understand the link between all these 3 chapters. And that's something that is very powerful and important also for the project and the program itself, because of its like nature and how it ties together throughout these chapters and how it builds one on top of the other. So I think that like you really nailed it like on that aspect, and I love what you've done like with the visuals. I would love to see more sneak peeks from interior like views, right? Like not like only like the exterior parts, but again, like I feel that there is an opportunity like to revisit like some of this work like in the next chapters and towards the end of the program itself. But it is something to consider, because again, the views that you're picking are mostly external. They're absolutely stunning, and they are giving us very vital information. But again, this connection with the interior space, it's very important when we're able to see something as interesting as your project. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulina. We'll try more on interiors, of course, for next chapters.
Thank you.
I'll just chime in. I thought this is really ambitious and really impressive. Yeah, really well done. I so now after the last project, sort of thinking about aggregations as swarms, and what are the different kind of aggregations that people are working on, like yours. I just a kind of friendly observation. There's something really interesting about like one of your systems. 'Cause I think that I think the project has 4 systems, 4 interacting systems right now, and but one of them was it was reminding me of stingray skeletons, or manta ray skeletons, and I think this is the this is the kind of pinkish, the more pinkish layer of your project. I think this is really fascinating, where it's suggesting that like a very high population of small, almost like kind of spatial skeletal members, can become, a kind of fluid structural, blanket almost, or sort of something cloth-like. I'm not saying this very well, but there's something incredible about stingray skeletons, and that they're part bone, they're part cartilage, part tissue, and they have this kind of incredible, how to say it, like collective individuation, or this kind of like multi-directional ability that I think your pink to gray system has, and I think that it's that kind of like ultra dense, ultra high population modeling that you're doing, I think does a great thing in making the structure something you can really read the responsiveness, and so just one thing that also stood out to me is that you have this other, maybe one of your other systems is a kind of a synthetic landscape, or a kind of terraforming system, and and just the way that almost like cartilage like skeletal system, spatial skeletal system can not just sort of wrap around and interact with the more architectural parts of the project, but it can also sort of settle and swirl and kind of work its way around the landscape too, is really, really nice. And so I think this is a very nimble project, I would say, like really, really interesting. And then just like the last thing, so I don't take too much time, is that I also appreciate that there's there's almost a kind of an infrastructural aspect to it, in the sense that you have like almost kind of an infrastructural scale sense of industrial design, with where some of the kind of shell casing and kind of graphic design, and industrial aspects of, I think, the earlier body are now also starting to transfer to be, I think, the kind of third system in your project. So it's like landscape meets, kind of bio design meets industrial design in a way that I think is like, very spatially coherent, as opposed to full of all sorts of disconnects. So yeah, great work. Sorry to talk so much.
Thank you, Jason. That was amazing. Yeah.
And maybe one quick feedback connected to what Jason said with the canopy, and also regarding your aerial renders of where the humanoids, the living beings are. I think like I think the system, I agree, the system is designed in a pretty meticulous, like precise way. And then the object is kind of like put together in a kind of like super careful way, which is kind of like maybe going towards a little bit of like monumentalization of the work, right? So it's kind of like, the building or the structure is kind of like pulling itself away from the living beings a little bit. And especially when it becomes kind of like canopy-like, I'm trying to envision how the members interact with the building or the environment. And interestingly, your renderings are, you have these like little gardens or like flat surfaces where the guys are kind of like standing and the building is doing its own thing. So this is like these renders, right? So this is all to say that I think there is like your structures already have the power to engage, let the members engage more. Maybe similar to the comment I had in the first presentation, right? Because like this kind of like design brings the power of like visual expression, but then if it becomes like a fetish object that's kind of like pushing the creatures away, then there happens to be a missing link. And I think the opportunity is there because you're kind of like doing these things. It's swirling in the landscape, but I don't know what happens where it swirls in the landscape, with the members. I only see the members, in these like flat surfaces. Just maybe just a thing to kind of like think with.
100%. Yeah, maybe when we get into interiors, we'll like start to maybe cleaning that relationship between the corpuscle and our big thing. So yeah, thanks.
I remember speaking with you guys last time about when I looked at your first interpretations of the kind of ship or the house. it looked very highly controlled, and I remember asking whether somebody was a product designer in your team, and I think somebody said
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I mean, you
Well,
could sense.
no,
you
there
could
is none of us we're both architects, so yeah.
Okay, so nobody's a product designer,
but that resonated
there's such
with
a
us.
there's such a control and you know, a demand for control within your design. And then what's funny is today when we see the work start to aggregate, there's actually even a hyper controlled element within how it aggregates too. And so I think which is fine. You can, you know, you just, as long as your narrative either directs you into a hyper controlled way in which it aggregates, or, you know, a more loose way. But, you know, imagine you have this kind of flock of ants and you drop a stone in between them. You know, sometimes the ants go around it, sometimes single ones crawl over it a little bit. And I think trying to explore a little bit maybe how to loosen up and how to loosen on the rigidity of those rules that you've set in place for yourself. Because now that I'm zooming into the suit and everything is very well placed and well in order, and I think that's what makes your project different than anything that we've seen before in the other projects, is that we're waiting for that kind of that anomaly moment to just kind of like freak out and bring a little bit of an unpredictable thing to the table. So
100%. Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you,
definitely.
everyone. Yeah.
We definitely try to have a little bit of that, to have moments which are popping out and different from a lot of what was already happening with the rules and breaking out from the rules. But yeah, I think we could definitely look more into that. Thank you so much, everyone. Comments.
Yeah, thank you guys. And I want to congratulate you. Your visuals are amazing. And I also want to appreciate the thought you put in your design for the environment. Like you really thought of it and just like made it out so cohesive with your project and the design you followed. So overall, very well done, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
You're very supportive. Thank you.
Yes. Passing on back to Group B.
Yeah. So last thing before the break, we have B2, Sur and Anna.
Thank you, Tun. Hi, everyone. We're Group BO2. My name is Mansour, and I'm an architect based in Bogota, Colombia.
Hi, I'm Anayat, and I'm a lighting and motion designer based in Brooklyn, New York. This is Amenta, a tale of cyborg shamanism, delving deep into the essence of entropy and the intricacies of harmony in a world that straddles the spiritual, the digital, and the spectral. Where eons ago, when Earth was still young, a cataclysmic event imploded its reality into another dimension. This fragment, infused with a mix of Earth's natural energies and the digital potential of the new dimension, evolved over countless millennia to become Amenta. Within Amenta, there is the nucleus, located in the core of the largest floating continent in this realm. The nucleus, a seemingly bottomless body of liquid code, holds encrypted within it all the histories that have ever been. The Council of Elder Shamans guard over the nucleus, protecting the inhabitants of Amenta with access to knowledge of light, and conversely shield them from dark knowledge. Lumaya, one chosen by the prophecies of the Elder Shamans, has come of age and is about to go through a sacred initiation ritual. Lumaya's initiation into shamanhood takes an unexpected turn when the ritual results in the emergence of Akito. His existence, an uncharted blend of fragmented souls, digital code, and dark energy, threatens to disrupt Amenta's fragile harmony. As Akito rapidly gains followers of his own, the elders task Lumaya with the responsibility of bringing balance back to Amenta by purifying the aberration that is Akito.
Here, Akito guides his followers through a ceremonial process. Through these sacred water bodies, conduits to the nucleus, Akito serves to channel his dark shamans through a ritual that returns their decoded knowledge back into the nucleus. Here we see an overview of the dark monasteries within which Akito's community resides. Angular rock faces evoking ancient glyphs and digital circuitry form the core of these structures, held together by bridges forged from ores harvested from forbidden realms that once crossed Amenta. Wrapped around the ruins are intricate skeletal structures forged from the same rare ores and imbued with a Mentan consciousness. These serve various functions through their shape-shifting properties. Harnessing the flexibility of the shape-shifting armatures, the puzzled forms of the ruins, and the energy held within the bridges, these dwellings reconfigure to suit the needs of their environment. Abstracted from the form of the monasteries we saw a moment ago, these individual components have been extracted to be reconfigured into endless new forms. Each of these component faces are assigned an ID that corresponds to which faces of other components they connect to. These individual components can connect to themselves or to other discrete components to extend into any directionality. Along the first horizontal row, we see how the parts connect to themselves and previous components in the nomenclature, while in the second row, we observe a wide variety of parts being stochastically aggregated. These systems combine to form this complex interwoven cluster that forms the primary base of the community of dark shamans.
The Grand Temple of Light. This abandoned monastery, formed from radially fanning shards juxtaposed against orthogonal towers, was once the base for the Council of Elder Shamans. Following the same logic, Akito's community developed these radial clusters to form what eventually became the base of their primary communal ritual space. Here we see the shard-like ancient components that came to form the monasteries of light that once were, but have now been transformed into dark monasteries. A diffusion-limited aggregation system distributes points of energy growing along a strict orthogonal grid. The base components are then distributed along these points, thereafter culling components that would otherwise intersect. At the center of this realm sits Amenta, a fractal-like floating continent. At the heart of Amenta sits a seemingly endless abyss, the bottom of which hosts the nucleus. At the bottom of the most inhabitable part of this abyss lies the community of dark shamans who have formed around Akito. Emerging from the depths of the nucleus, we see Akito's dark monasteries having completely taken over the abyss. Here lies the Shadow Temple founded by Akito.
Akito's followers have formed a thriving community dedicated to unraveling the truths hidden within the nucleus. In this towering megacluster resides the community of dark shamans. In these ruin-like structures, smaller groups of shamans form their own monasteries, focus on decoding encrypted fragments of knowledge that their respective monasteries have been assigned directly by Akito.
To acquire these fragments of knowledge, the habitants must visit the Shadow Temple. Here, all of Akito's followers gather to carry out mass rituals led by Akito and his most trusted shamans. Akito and his shamans lead the ceremony at the center of the temple, utilizing the central node to extract enormous stores of knowledge from the depths of the nucleus. In these mostly abandoned structures, Akito's followers visit these spaces to leverage resources left behind and once guarded by the Council of Elder Shamans. Perhaps next time we can share with you tales that extend beyond this abyss, but for now our journey ends here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So happy to see the project like developing. I'm loving the visuals. I know that in the past chapter, like particularly, like we had some challenges, like really like being able to express this, complexity of the project. But I'm really happy to see that, like in this chapter, we really nailed it. So amazing work. I love how you also treat your renders and like visuals in a way that like you are showing a bigger picture and then like you're zooming in like for us to really like be able to see and appreciate all the detail and attention to the project that you've given. I think a couple more like comments would be again like more of the public spaces. I think that it's because like we're seeing this like really amazing projects and visuals that you're like working with, and I think that the interior spaces, even like on the public space, the glimpse that you're giving us into the space where like people were really gathering and being together. I think that there is more opportunity like to develop like more spaces like this, even like through the next chapters, and thinking like through mobility and connectivity with chapter 4. But well done, guys. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Paulina.
much, Pupin.
Very noted.
Yeah, I think you're taking us into a little bit of a different place, because what we see here is your exterior images, but in reality, we're actually inside what is already a cave. And so they're kind of interior. And perhaps this thing kind of aggregates, or maybe even finds a way to burrow deeper into the side of the cave, then in turn making another interior space as well. And I think, I mean, that lends itself to not just this aggregating thing, but actually kind of turning into a more of a coating of an interior architecture than the rock itself. So just thoughts.
Super cool idea.
That really is, yeah. We're also wanting to feed into this like fractal like universe. So I think that
deeper
plays
and
well
deeper.
with it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, since burrowing and connectivity came up, yeah, I was curious for you guys, like, how do you imagine, how do you imagine moving amongst these? It sounded like there was a part of your narrative that had to do, there's some kind of ritual sequences, right, where you have to go to this part of the monastery or this other chamber, and just as a disclaimer, I'm not looking for, architectural resolution, right? I realize that's it's not it's not that kind of world building, right? Of kind of building code and these kinds of things. But I was thinking, like, I think your body is more of a walking body, right, than some of the aerial bodies, and so it's interesting. Is just to enjoy circulation, not like have to like resolve it, right? But like is that another kind of population that if you had a vision for this, would it be like like a million kind of like webby connections passing through this like this core, or is it or is it all carved and burrowed through the stone, right, you never see it, right, it's all it's all just kind of like mine shafts in the in the kind of geological backdrop of the project, or what, yeah, is there something that can help almost like escalate your narrative?
Well, thank you for sharing all those great threads, because we are expected to answer those questions in the coming chapters. But yeah, we've kind of discussed several different ways to approach that, and we kind of avoided. We wanted to get a bunch of things going up through the center of the hole all over, but kind of chose not to, in order to not occlude the views this time around.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but yeah, we love that.
Yeah. Just wanted to add that. Go ahead, please. I don't. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just my delay. Yeah, I think it's a cool thing, right? Is it a hidden subtractive, kind of digital problem? Is it a riding the surface, problem? If you try not to like crisscross and fill up the void. Yeah. I'm sure there's going to be some beautiful set of digital techniques too that will fuse with your imagination about this. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah.
We've been trying to set foreshadow the shape shifting over the last couple of chapters to set us up for that next run. So we'll see what happens. But thank you so much for the really detailed comments. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I love like also like how like encrypted, like all the languages. I think that like you guys like can also like use a lot of this logics like to, like expand into like more of the communication even in the next chapter, especially when we're talking about mobility. But I also love like the vertical element that you have and like how you're integrating into your environment. I think that that's one of the projects that it's really well integrated into, the environment that you've chosen to work with, the materiality. So I just wanted to add that too. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone that's present. Yeah, cool to be here.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. It's really wonderful to see where you've come to, see it all come together. I'm proud of you guys, come a long way. I had a sort of conceptual question, and as it relates to materiality, so much of your story was about the kind of darker side and the lighter side, and we had a lot of conversations about, these different communities, and I think where we've ended up, they feel almost cohesive. They feel like they are becoming one. And so I was curious, we talked about form, right? Like a more kind of strata versus more vertical, but how might materiality play a part and where you guys ended up with the renderings in this concept of two disparate communities, two separate communities. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, maybe I'll
Maybe a
chime
little
in
bit.
and yeah. We kind of like changed the direction of our story. Like it ended up being that like the dark shamans took over the light shamans and took over this like crevice of this universe. So that's why it's kind of like all looking alike. That's to like back it up conceptually, but along the way, as you know, you were one of our mentors. You were awesome, by the way. There were a lot of challenges that resulted in managing such like heavy high quantity geometry and swapping that geometry with like with their real objects. So we kind of like played around it and framed it into the story and into the concept. But that type of geometry, those institutions are gonna show up in our project later on.
Yeah, we'll dive back into the past, but this time around, sort of thereafter, we were encouraged to try to carry through as much of the language from the previous chapter all over, and that was sort of the challenge put to us. And yeah, we tried our best to meet that.
Yeah, and I think as a proposal, I think it was a wise decision, and I think it lended the project to like a very kind of rich and clear concept. Don't lose that part of your narrative, though. Perhaps in later chapters, you can incorporate some more of the lighter elements in the transportation, or, if you're able to occupy upper areas of the site. So I think, because it adds a really rich dynamic to your overall concept and amalgamation, but really wonderful to see it come in materiality. I think the way that you've rendered it is really striking. And again, don't lose sight of your prosthesis, you guys. At the end of the day, it's an amalgamation for them, right? And I know time creeps up on you, but as you move forward and think about transportation and movement between these, work that into the design. So don't forget. Great job.
We'll do.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you for the very thoughtful comments.
I have one quick question, guys. The first after you show the rules, you show the temple, which has these two wings. Are you stretching, expanding the ends of those wings, or did it have like are you kind of like extending or more like deforming polyhedra here?
Not in the aggregation of it, but in the initial forming of the components, we did make extended components, yes.
Okay, so you extend them before you kind of like assemble them.
Yes.
Okay, that's actually maybe more in line with what you're trying to do, right? Instead of kind of like putting everything and stretching. I don't know if you have them in the rules, but I think it's a kind of like interesting. So it's almost kind of like defining your building block, right? So it's the stretched version of S2, whatever that is, right?
Yeah,
I just going back and being a little rigorous about that, I think would help you guys with some of the comments that you received, because like polyhedra is super interesting in the way that it's, you know, self-designing system in a bit. It's pretty interesting. If you can break it really well, it creates like a lot of interesting stuff, like face-to-face relationships, right? Which you are kind of like avoiding with all those like horizontal and vertical corridors as well. Of course, it's intentional, but I'm kind of like also wondering if there is more that, you know, that can come from the nature of polyhedra, like those kind of questions. But I think it's all to say that you have a kind of solid base system. How can you even like take it to the next step so it becomes like super convincing in terms of like the aggregation and connection?
Yeah, very awesome comment. Thank you very much. And we added like what we're calling like the bridge components to add to this like polyhedra to make the aggregation space filling, but also with like more voids and more negatives in its aggregation. We felt that without the bridges, it kind of looks too dense and like leaves, yeah, it doesn't have as much voids. But as you said, like it's a domain that lends itself to a lot of like experimentation and research, and yeah, like we will pursue further. So thank you for the comment.
Yeah, I mean, also one little thing to add to that is especially the aggregation that's on the left side of that image. There were several iterations on that, most of which were lots of faces meeting faces and really tight connections. But as soon as we started swapping in proxy geo that all has lots of negative space going several different directions, it started becoming pretty difficult to read, which is when we started pulling back. But it's a challenge we would love to learn to overcome.
Yep. Thank you all for the comments. I think you guys did a very good job in the overall work. I think you are very keen to the rule set, the way it connects, and I think it shows with the conversation you have been having with the guests, which is very, very good. And I admire you for that, sticking to a like very computational way of aggregating and populating. Good job on the presentation, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you too for all the support, for helping us along. So looking forward to the rest of the program with you.
Yeah.
And everybody.
And we conclude our first half. Yes. Next team will be B5. Verena, Vince, and Tina. Hello. Hello.
Hello, dear guests. Okay. Hello, dear guests and viewers. Welcome. We are group B5, and we will take you on a journey into our project called Flora Nova in the Cipher micro realm. I am Irena, a designer and bioarchitect in New York.
Hello, I'm Dina. I'm a design architect based in Jordan.
Hello, I'm Vince, an architectural designer in Minnesota.
In a future dominated by cyborgs, our protagonist, Sai, embarks on a transformative journey into the realm of nature through the ether portal of Flora Nova, there merging with a unique flower in the microbiome. Sai discovers the secrets of harmonious coexistence and learns about ethical self-governance from sentient beings. Inspired, Sai becomes a beacon of change, urging other cyborgs to embrace nature and become eco-guardians. The Luminera Nexus community symbolizes this harmonious fusion, exemplifying the transformative power of embracing nature in a technologically driven world.
Hey there, it's Sai again, the walking, talking color palette. While others stick to tribal norm at Cyborg Rave, I embrace every color and engage in deep conversation with trees, pondering life mystery with philosophical pebble. Now, here in Flora Nova, alongside my companion, Tentaclub, I embark on an enlightened journey, to blend nature wisdom with mechanical world I once knew, to radical changes within the microbiome, donning a Nimuron armor, and integrating plasmate and exonet, I emerged with glowing Sarai legs, a living testament to mesmerizing fusion of tech and nature. In Chapter 2, we introduce the Luminera, which we explore starting with the corpuscle, a defining element of the Luminera nexus. Previously, we had delved into the Flora Nova, a symbol of our bond with nature, journeying through a central zone like data spine, observation pod, communal space, kinetic docking zone, transportation link, and naturescape. And we experience its glory even within the interior.
Luminera Nexus is more than just an amalgamated community. It is a living, breathing organism, pulsating with energy, with light sentience, with sensory perception, and innate capabilities. These sentient light beings, united in their quest to help Psy and his world, gain the necessary knowledge for harmony and enlightenment. Our community design draws inspiration from elegant spirals and clustered towers, with the time spiral at its core, pulsating with life force and mental energy. This spiraling force extends to the community exterior, reflecting nature's principle with an energetic quality emanating from its divine center, nestled at the heart of the community within its pavilion. The microbial-laden community is guided by fractal patterns and biological dynamics. These clusters were formed to achieve geometric harmony.
In Flora Nova, Flora Lux modules morph into vital components: water reservoirs, composting units, and vegetation pods. The water reservoirs shimmer under the sky, nurturing the ecosystem with vital moisture. Nearby, composting units efficiently convert waste into fertile soil, fostering renewal. Meanwhile, vegetation pods burst with luminoflora, embodying Psy's sensorial essence, intertwined to form intricate neural networks connecting land and sky. Witnessing mesmerizing transformations, the verdant sentinel interacts with Flora Lux modules, defying expectations like a blossoming flower. Each Luminera corpuscle exhibited unique growth patterns, yet they shared connections based on spiraling, rotating, morphing, and its proximity. Vertical growths forming living clusters as interconnected. With each twist and turn, Flora Nova evolves into a realm of wonder, where beauty knows no bounds and the possibilities are endless.
In the richly diverse microbiome realm, I observe 11 clusters, each intricately woven into the fabric of the environment.
In the first cluster, the biome pavilion, cyborgs are initiated amidst harmonizing sounds, water and light, creating a sanctuary where life thrives. Adjacent, the hosting hub spire seamlessly integrates into the landscape, offering a welcoming space for cyborg integration at the communal public space. The Nova Nexus Labs drive innovation in sustainable technologies, while the Data Spine Tower ensures seamless communication within the microbiome realm. The energy harvesting towers power the community with renewable energy, and the naturescape thrives near water, forming a vibrant ecosystem. Nested within the landscape are regeneration rooms, fueling cyborgs throughout their journey. At the heart of the community, the Biome Pavilion thrives as a bustling hub of activity, where vibrant markets, gatherings, and strolls intertwine amidst lush microbiome vegetation. Sheltered beneath a grand pavilion structure under its welcoming canopy. Ingeniously engineered for expansive spans, the pavilion blends architectural innovation with functional design, fostering a harmonious convergence of towering community life and natural splendor. The residences captured in its spiral vortex beckon curious minds to delve deeper into the captivating world of the microbiome of the flora nova, exemplifying a harmonized living community.
Digital dockets, digital dockets. Call upon all enthusiasts to gather around and submit your digital.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. I love like how you put all the work together. I think that like you guys like have managed really like to pull a lot of work like with the visuals in the last couple of weeks, which I appreciate all the effort. I think that the images are really like transcending now, and they are speaking like to this you know like micro world on a different scale, like much more detached from reality. So I think that they're much more like closer to like what you're envisioning and what your storytelling is. So I appreciate all the effort made. And I would like to also just mention that like your diagram and explanation about like how everything is coming together is also very, very strong, and it's really a great explanation about like the logic of the whole chapter and the connectivity between the elements and the logics that you're using and where exactly like they're deployed into the site and their functions. So I think that you've done a really wonderful work, really like putting in the time doing this work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pavlina.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pavlina.
I think it's really great to see where the team has ended up. Definitely come far along. I think for me, it's really great to see how your modules. I got excited when we can kind of see the individual pieces, but then they start to become more. And I think there was a perspective shot like from above, where I think the materiality was somewhere down below. On your board, yeah, that kind of blue one with the material, yeah, in the center top left, where it's really starting to, I think, work as an overall aggregation. You have these different areas. There are different openings, porosities, scales that I think are creating like a nice kind of dynamic composition. I do think that you could push more on materiality, right? And kind of bring more richness. Like you have so much detail in the modules themselves that like they're kind of asking to be emphasized through materials. And so like with more time, perhaps kind of going in at a finer level and starting to bring in a richness to the materials in addition to the articulation. I think for me, there are some moments where I can see the micro scale. There are some moments where I'm like, whoa, this is massive. And you know, that's always been, I think, a challenge of how do you communicate the micro. So for example, moments where we see what appear to be mushroom-like pieces in the background, they, for the eye, give a sense of scale. And so we can perhaps think, okay, this is micro, but I think you can keep pushing that. Maybe it's the way that you ripple the water, so that we can see that the scale is much smaller than what we imagine, because I think there's still a little bit of contention between the scales. And where are your little prostheses? I think I saw a few of them pop up. somewhere in there. Yeah, there they are. Yeah, so I think having more of those moments, again, similar comments to the other teams of keeping in mind the scale. And I think I wrote this out for another team, but I feel like it's a challenge to you guys. You create these incredibly large amalgamations, and then you have like 5 residents. So, you know, give us some areas where they congregate or kind of show that. Maybe they're in here, but I didn't quite catch them. To give us that like feeling that this is occupied, this is inhabited, this is use. You put so much thought into the different areas, right? I think there was like waste, there was energy, but making sure that those come through in the perspectives and in the way that your prosthesis use the site. I think with, you know, more iteration and time, just bring those qualities about, because I know that the team has thought about it, and it's just about communicating it through the images as well. But great work, team. Keep going.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're getting some really beautiful shapes with the this kind of morph array, or however you're technically doing this this patterning. Can you zoom into that image right there, the one on the top to the right, the one that looks like a spine kind of in a cave down, and your more colorful images down at the bottom?
The rendered images?
Yeah.
Which one?
The top one on the right there. The one that looks kind of like a spine array. Yeah.
This one.
Now, the one to the far right.
Far right. This one.
Yeah, there you go. So when you use this kind of a morph, I'm just going to get technical with you on your modeling. When you use this kind of morph array, I guess in architecture we have something called clash detection. It's like when you have like MEP systems come into a building, you need to make sure that your vents and your valves and all your plumbing doesn't clash with a wall. You know, morph arrays allow you to kind of model things very freely where you don't care about this clash detection. But I would challenge you to, and this makes it a little bit more interesting too, is how do you come up with a second module or key component that goes between these individual pieces? Almost like the jelly disc in your spine. You know, it's nice to have a hard disc of vertebrae and then a jelly disc of spine and then a hard disc of vertebrae, and it doesn't allow you to kind of just morph array where these things actually clash, you know, undetected in between there. And I guess that's what I'm looking for, is like maybe a second or a third key component that actually interlocks, where we look at like the locking mechanism, how those things go together a little bit more, rather than just letting it splay out in space. If that makes sense. Thanks a lot. It's turning out really nice.
Thank you.
Maybe I can jump in here and follow up on that comment, also from my side. So first of all, hello and good morning from San Francisco. You did really great work, and I really enjoyed your presentation. So clearly visible that you put in a lot of energy and commitment and thoughts into this. You crafted a really appealing narrative and terminology in the way how you presented it and described your projects. And then the visuals, the renderings and 3D models really support this storyline greatly. The part where I would like to follow up, and just maybe with a question and understanding how the studio is set up and how you as a group worked, is how did you translate or move from one scale to the other? So you introduced us with the occupants, as like the eco gardener, and then there were the capsules, and from the capsules the agglomerate, and then the city. So you jumped in scales, and I'm wondering, like, what information from the one scale did you translate over to the other scale? Was there any constant physics, or were there any, I don't know, proportions of the inhabitants, or functional dependencies? Like how are the different scales stitched to each other in the way how you approach them in their design?
If I may start, and my team can continue up. More or less, we kind of started. We all are architects with architectural backgrounds and experiences. We kind of started with a bubble diagram defining our main zones and the needs for our prostheses.
And we laid them down on the site plan and the topography we had. Let's say we needed, let's say, 3 vertical structured. We laid them down. We knew sooner or later we're gonna have a communal space that needs to be discovered, but we didn't know how it's gonna look like. And a bridging system was needed. So how will it look like? How it's gonna, let's say, fit within the landscape? So there was a lot of iterations how we are gonna connect 3 different vertical nodes with the 3 different functions and discover a communal space at the center of our community. We explored a lot in Blender, in Maya, and in Wasp for different aggregations for our different functions. And yeah, we started with a bubble diagram more or less to translate our, to come up with this connection diagram at the end. Vince or Irena, if you have something to add, please feel free. But that was mainly how we came up with it.
Yeah, I think you sum it up pretty well.
Yeah, maybe just feedback from my side on this question. It would be interesting to introduce the world a little bit at the very beginning to understand what the physics or dynamics are, right? So you could say something like, on this planet where this is happening, you have a lower gravity than on Earth. Because of that, we can go higher than normally used to. Or you can say something like, in this world, material is scarce, but geometry and expression of geometry is cheap and easy to attain. So to gain stability, to allow for expansion, you rather would go into geometrical strategies rather than material strategies. So something along those lines as an intro would help in kind of setting the scene. And then your narrative fits right in and it becomes more logically connected to, every step becomes a bit more logically connected to each other and the scales better tied to each other.
Thanks for the comments. Thank you, team. Really proud of your work. Great presentation, great diagrams and visuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Tung.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tung.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
To group A.
Okay, moving back to group A, we're gonna go with A4 now.
Yes, hello. I will share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. Hello everyone, this is Salma. My teammates are Yatsik and Janosch, and we're presenting the synaptic conflicts from the character's point of view. In the wake of Earth's cataclysmic event, the explosion of Earth's core, I, the fragmented oracle, emerged within the synaptic conflicts, a celestial mosaic formed from the remnants of our shattered planet. Survival in this relentless expanse demands constant adaptation, resource mastery, and collaborative evolution among our network of AI beings.
As the fragmented oracle, I embody exceptional intelligence and a profound connection to our collective consciousness. A mechanical core in my chest, linked by a network of veins, is pulsating with energy. Bionic fingers allows me to grab the climb with ease, and my crystalline horns vibrate with information, connecting me to the collective consciousness. Each part of our body serves a purpose, just as each member of our hive-mind plays an important role. Our home, mirroring my own composition, is a layered fortification. The calcium shell protects the organic space within, where energy flows through the veins to nourish every corner. Farming labs produce sustenance, while energy chambers nourish us with life-giving power. With the core serving as the nucleus, channeling energy throughout supply veins to the crucial areas, it converges towards the energy chambers, crucial repositories used for the recharging and healing.
The energy emanating from Earth's core explosion has colored the fragments with vivid hues of blue. signaling the presence of essential energy sources vital for our society's survival. Within our fragmented realm, we discern three tiers of energy: the elusive deep energy, the intermediary energy, and the accessible surfacing energy, which we diligently pursue for its ease of absorption. As climbers, we seek refuge on mountains and its high peaks, ideal safe spots for societal growth, allowing us to expand vertically and horizontally to enhance communication and vigilance against potential dangers.
In our relentless pursuit of the hive mind's ultimate survival amidst the cosmic chaos, we meticulously engineered a specialized system utilizing our corpuscle and scouted materials. After finding a suitable peak with ideal conditions, forming the foundation of our society starts with the metal transfer structure. It is deeply rooted in the environment and facilitates faster and safer energy transfer across the amalgamation. Metal transfer structure are cross-shaped elements, allowing them to seamlessly interlock easily. The observatory, acting as our society's brain, becomes a focal point. It transmits commands down the chain and it's highest in the hierarchy. Fragmented oracles start settling into living units, fostering vertical growth and evolution within these clusters. These vertical growth elements have the ability to connect side to side and top to bottom. They attach to the structure by intertwining into it and into each other. Further structure for the upper rings starts to appear. As the hive expands, concentric rings on horizontal units emerge. The upper ring units predominantly grow horizontally as they attach from the sides only. They intertwine with the structure similar to the vertical. To ensure efficient energy distribution, control nests emerge, ensuring efficient energy control, production, and healing. The nest is second on the hierarchy to the observatory. Energy reserves now start to appear as more resources are needed. These bubble-shaped elements attach through designated faces to the structure for energy flow. More units are needed to produce more units faster and cater to the needs of endangered fragmented oracles. These scattered across the amalgamation, they predominantly grow vertically. The expansion of the hive never stops. More concentric rings start to grow, perpetuating the hive's strength and resilience. Every element within our society is interconnected by the transfer structure, ensuring seamless coordination and communication. Together, they cater for an efficient system of survival for the greater good of the hive.
The transfer structure serves as a backbone of our society's growth, providing essential support for main living units and healing chambers. These chambers, scattered throughout the amalgamation, are vital energy reserves used to heal and nurture organic matter. The control nests, situated above energy storages, oversee energy distribution and serve as the internal communication network for our society. The storages are strategically placed to adapt to our demands, expanding and contracting based on the current reserves. Meanwhile, on the rings, unit production and control facilities efficiently manage the creation of fragmented oracles based on our collective needs. The system works together to efficiently distribute energy across our society. The interconnected units within the structure facilitate efficient energy absorption, while the expanding network of structures and concentric rings reflects the society's continuous growth and increasing strength. The main observatory, central hub that lies in the heart of our amalgamation, is serving as the brain that orchestrates observations and connections with the other societies.
Looking from above the ground, one can see the circular shape surrounding the main pillar. The observatory and nest stand as the pivotal components essential for maintaining the hive's functionality and unity, serving as beacons of knowledge and guardians of collective memory. The observatory serves as a nexus, connecting hives and facilitating shared memories through communication waves, while nests control energy flow and internal communication, fostering unity and collaboration within the hive. The observatory deck, utilized for scouting and community safety, serves as a main point in the amalgamation. It operates on a direct energy supply nestled beneath it, and is also utilized by the fragmented oracles to survey the landscape and remain vigilant against potential dangers lurking in the surroundings. Nests control energy reserves, thereby safeguarding the hive's vitality, stability, and optimized communication between the fragmented oracles. Every nest houses a mechanical core at their heart, responsible for regulating and controlling the flow of energy throughout the hive. A clear hierarchy governs energy transfer, with the mechanical brain communicating with the mechanical cores to distribute energy throughout the system via transfer structures, ensuring efficient flow and cohesion.
United by a shared purpose and fortified by collaboration, our interconnected hive thrives amidst the fragmented cosmos, embodying adaptability, strength, and unity in the face of adversity. As we navigate the challenges of our environment, the synaptic complex serves as a sanctuary, a bastion of hope illuminating the darkness, guiding us towards a future of boundless possibilities and collective prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Really a beautiful presentation and very cohesive, like storytelling, like on all aspects. Again, like starting from the first chapter until this one, like every step of the way, like you're maintaining control over the design. I love like how much like really effort you've put into like also like creating all these renders, right? Like a lot of these images could have only been diagrams, but you're so consistent with like making sure that you're really, you know, like using every opportunity to show us the space, like for us to really like dive into it, like understand it, feel that like we are in a movie, right? So we never, with this presentation, it felt that we just never left, right? Like the storytelling aspect in a way, and like really like you represented it like beautifully. So for me, really congratulations on the work, very cohesive and really well done.
Thank you, Paulina.
Thank you. I totally agree with Pavlina. Amazing work, guys. Congratulations. And really stunning visuals. Like it's a pure pleasure to watch the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, from a project process point of view, I I really appreciate the project. I think there's something interesting about how, you know, if I understand your presentation right, which I thought was great, you know, how like, you know, one generative system begets another generative system, begets another generative system, or or you know, one generative system, you know, provides the initial conditions, let's say, like for the next one. And so there's this like the kind of cascading change of like generating differences like in geometries and materialities and visual systems, yet they all make sense together, right? Since one kind of, you know, is the leaping off point from the other. So I, you know, again, you know, I thought it was really smart to get both consistency and difference. Well, just one thing that jumped into mind when you were talking about the transfer structure. It seems like, you know, on the one hand, you know, there's the kind of hive metaphor for the project, or is it kind of an operative term for the project, but it also just to be, you know, kind of down to earth about this, it's very, you know, very tree-like too, right? You know, very, you know, almost like, you know, botanical, you know, or arboreal. And, you know, in the first system, I think you showed the transfer structure. I was wondering if you had, you know, if you'd come across any, you know, like branching algorithms, or if, you know, if you had a chance to look at, you know, L systems, or, you know, some of these other sort of classic, you know, classic algorithmic models for, you know, for plant growth. I mean, looks like you're doing fine, right? You know, in the project, you know, if you hadn't, but I just sort of throw that out, you know, as food for, you know, for thought for you. And I think that there's material out there, and I'm sure people here know a lot more about it than I do, but but yeah, that's really interesting. It's so suggestive of that. I think you know, your original contact with this like rocky outcrop turning into the transfer structure. So there might be more, you know, more fodder for you there. but the way that it is not just branching, but then becoming more and more material, and there's more matter, and then it seems like there's a whole part of the architecture that's like almost like fruiting, in a way, the kind of purple bunches of bladder spaces, I think is really fascinating. So yeah, great work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to add to that. Congratulations on making very cohesive story. I really like how you organize your amalgamation. It's complex, but it's so clear how it's structured, and it's very believable in your storytelling, your hive mind idea. Like even by one picture, I can say that I understand the society. That's a very successful story, visual, materiality. So I really appreciate your project. But I do have a question. I remember that you, from the chapter 1, that you have an amazing pet. What is the role of this pet in this society?
So the pet was designed in a very specific manner, as you can see on the image. It has the specific horns on the back, as long as well as the horns on the sides. And the horns are responsible for signaling and communicating with the prosthesis about the materials that they are looking for. As we talked about it in our narration, we are looking for the energy resources throughout our scattered planets, scattered rocks, remnants of the Earth. So this is the scout. He's the one responsible for finding those materials, the resources, and signaling it to our prosthesis.
Okay, so you deleted them from the city. Okay, I hope that in Kinesis part
We should have
see...
added him next to him here. Like he should have been there for sure.
Yes. Yeah. So and it's also for every team. I know that you all have pets, but they kind of disappear in the storytelling. I hope that in Kinesis you can bring them back, because they are definitely a part of can be a part of transportation. Like a mount or something. So again, congrats on this project. I think your project is the very good example of keeping the narrative and visuals together. So whatever you're saying, it's immediately obvious on the picture, and whatever you show in the picture, you mention in what it is. So as a viewer, amazing project to understand what's going on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Also from my side, congratulations to this amazing project. Very coherent and convincing. Now I slowly get a better sense on how this studio is set up, and that you guys are all working from the same ingredients, crafting a narrative or a vision that is kind of informing each other. I think you did a really good job in kind of world building at the beginning, telling us about what happened here in this universe with the exploded core, and that there were consequences related to this, and that there is a lurking danger, that there are dependencies between these creatures or structures that are growing, be it energy dependencies or structural geometries, and that they develop some sort of a hierarchy where one is informing the other. So this crafting, world building that then informs logics for design decisions or architectural decisions, I think was really successful in this project. The one point where I'm struggling a bit is this initial branching structure that kind of reaches out, cantilevers out first, then gets populated by this exoskeleton and the occupants and the energy, by this nest structure. So I'm struggling a little bit with it from a formal perspective. It looks geometrically and from the aesthetic very different than the exoskeleton does. Not sure if this was on purpose or just the outcome and how you kind of approach this. And I see two reactions that you could follow up on in kind of improving this. Either you kind of make them more alike, and maybe the exoskeleton has a growth form where at the beginning it just gets these tentacles out and then becomes thicker and bigger and is carrying more load. So it becomes more alike. Or the opposite could also be interesting, that you are saying there are actually multiple systems in play, and maybe this branching system is a totally different organism that grows first, and then another one is kind of using a synergy, or kind of is grabbing onto it, or is maybe even a parasite to it and occupies it. And then it makes sense that they are from a physics point of view, or even aesthetic point of view, very different to each other. A great project. I really like the narrative.
That's a good point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I actually kind of wanted to point out kind of the same argument, and I think like I kind of appreciate your project because you took the chance of kind of putting together radically different languages, and I think that's very interesting, not to always try to have like this very coherent composition. However, I agree with Simon. There might be something to do, and maybe one suggestion to go in that direction could be to kind of, right now you kind of have this kind of discrete steps in which you grow the element, and then you put the exoskeletons on top, and then you grow more elements. But what could be really interesting to do is to try to figure out if the geometry of the exoskeleton or the geometry of the branches could kind of interact with each other. So if I put an exoskeleton on that, they kind of start deforming, or for example, the exoskeleton deforms where a branch is going through it, and kind of playing a little bit in this exploration. I think you have done some of it, but it could be interesting to kind of like work more there and not have always the same adaptation, but kind of explore and how you can really adapt it locally, and that maybe things could be integrated even more.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think actually the team is showing it now. We had these discussions about how these different systems come together. I think what's problematic is that GIF, because the first image that you see is all the branching, and then one module sits on top of it, right? So like these diagrams, bringing some of this more into the presentation will help communicate that study, because the GIF right now is just saying, oh, and then we stacked it on top, right? So absolutely agree. I think that is the like crux of this concept, is like, how do those two systems communicate, interact, and respond to each other? So maybe that GIF wasn't as operative for you guys as it could be, but really beautiful.
There could also be an interesting argument to be made where you bring in time. So if, for instance, you look at strangler figs as your biological case study, there is a tree first, and then the fig is growing around the tree, and over time is killing off the tree, so that at the end of the day, only the fig is remaining as an exoskeleton. And that could be interesting as well, that there is like this first organism, your branching system first, the exoskeleton starts to grow on top of it, and it's like slowly killing off the branching system, and then becomes hollow and occupiable.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for all the comments and great visuals, guys. I just love the color palette you choose, and I appreciate the consistency you are keeping from chapter 1 until now with the materials, environments, colors, and just love the project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eva.
Before we go into the next presentation, I just want to add that we have Alessandro Zumbranelli, developer of Tissue for Blender, also that joined us. Thank you, Alessandro.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me. Very interesting project. I mean, I love this process of building a narration from a very basic input and how it propagates and how it generates morphologies, and it's very fascinating to follow.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. Okay, moving on next to A3.
Hello. Yeah. I'll share my screen.
Hello.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so I shall start. Hi everyone, we are Group A3. I'm Jamela, fashion technologist based in Hong Kong, together with my teammates Prakash and Rajat, architects from India. Our story is about restoration and rebuilding inclusive, thoughtful communities. Celestra is a cloud-covered planet. Within its mountainous caves are the precious celestial crystals. Native Celestians harness these crystal energies to power their biomechanical augmentations and floating cities. In the past, Celestians were enslaved by a brutal dictator, Queen Aviaru, who exploited them for her own gain. A war broke out when Celestians rose against the Queen, disrupting fragile ecosystems and devastated the skyscape. After the Queen's downfall, Celestians devoted themselves to fixing their shattered cities. Celestians are avian beings who rely on high-tech biomechanical augmentations for powerful abilities. Immense wings and agile thrusters made Celestians masters of their skies, enabling them to explore the dangerous mountain ranges of their world. After the war, they live in aerodynamic Aries, binding massive broken fragments together by applying golden alloys mixed with fallen Celestians' lifeblood within the structural cracks of their homes. These Aries are self-sufficient ecosystems dedicated to innovation, health regeneration, and inclusivity. They are equipped with energy conduits, regulators, and venting outlets to channel crystal energies for running facilities such as meditation pods and augmentation chambers.
Here, the environment is harsh with massive cloud and ferocious storms. The cascading skyscape is periodically punctured by jagged mountain peaks. The mountain offer ores for construction and celestial crystals for crucial energy source. In areas where land meets sky, the winds are calm enough for aggregations to be built safely. Let's examine a settlement. Starting with Queen Aviaru's palace, crashed into the mountainside, now it's a monument to the war and a reminder of the past struggles. The barracks of her troops were retrieved and fused to the palace to be peace memorial. To house homeless populations, communal nesting hubs with dense branches were set up. They nestled in the shadow of valley to protect against vicious storms. Recognizing that technological advancement and prudent energy use is the future, Celestians built massive innovation towers for research. Mining towers using automated laser excavators are set up. Energy is distributed throughout the arrays via conduit arrayed in graceful sweeping curves, while monitoring stations regulate energy flow and watch for incoming storms. To provide sufficient food for the growing population, open areas are covered with agriculture pods. Furthermore, processing plants draw in water vapors from surrounding to reduce storm formation and extract airborne materials. Lastly, the modular nature of Celestian architecture enables rapid and versatile expansion.
Now let's look at how each section is formed and aggregated. Structures are divided into singular components and sub-assemblies based on functions such as nesting, connection, transferring, and research. Connectors exist to bridge various functions together, maximizing accessibility. Let's observe the system used to consolidate components into amalgamations. Celestian architecture has some common characteristics due to their physiology and environmental conditions. Being flight capable, their entrances face all directions for convenience. With anti-gravity technologies, all structures can float. Spiny protrusions beneath help tether them to rocks. Windows covered with cymatic membranes protect inhabitants from storms, yet allow observations from the inside. For inclusivity, no doors or barriers exist. Celestians enjoy engaging the complexity and rationalities of adapting spaces mindfully. For instance, they enjoy tight, cozy spaces. Thus, homes are designed as nest-like clusters connected by a dense network of programmable branches. Components follow a hierarchy. Each tower originates from a core pillar, connecting to branches and ending with pods. Each core has 4 connectors for branches to radiate outwards. No nesting pod is alone. there are always neighbors. Angular offsets cause helical staggering, allowing maximum community integration and use of space. Lastly, additional pods peek out from the top, serving as weather monitoring stations.
There are ample public spaces for Celestians to foster a common sense of empathy. Buildings with communal spaces tend to be radial, with hollow chambers in the middle housing crystals that fuel all their activities. Within innovation towers, they share knowledge and information. Passionate Celestians meet often to mediate on their kinship with their planet and innovate in dynamic, interconnected, and transformative ways. Meanwhile, the memorials have multiple entrances welcoming visitors to see from different perspectives, learn important lessons of their past, and aspire for higher principles of morality. Its silhouette references the Tree of Life fractal, highlighting cycles of death and rebirth. Components are placed along symmetrical curve for a stable, well-armored structure. The energy distribution network has floating units magnetically linked for stability. Agricultural elements on the outer edges follow a Linden-Meyer system, maximizing coverage and efficiency. These versatile networks can expand and reconfigure. Within the junctions of these networks, they built a vapor processing plant to cultivate and utilize the vapors for agriculture, and also making it a space for the Celestians to socialize. Celestian society is redesigned to be equitable and accessible for everyone to flourish. They harness sunlight and cultivate therapeutic plants to create a serene environment within their residential spaces. Abolishing slave mining through the adoption of laser technologies also improve the quality of life. The mined crystals are then converted into energy and are transferred through the energy distribution network for lighting the city and for innovations. The Celestians share agency with their build structures, which are constructed with technological intentionality. We hope you enjoy learning about Celestians' robust society, thriving with vigorous creativity crafted by inclusive designers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about like the next chapter, and if you guys have had the opportunity to discuss or think a little bit more also about the connectivity with chapter 4 and movement. I think that you've done like such an incredible work, like again, like capturing every moment, even going back, like again, like and revisiting your concept from the beginning. And I feel that there are a lot of like strong visuals and a lot of like strong parts like in the project and how it integrates also like to its environment. But I'm curious, like if you guys like had the opportunity to think a little bit like about the next step that it's coming up very soon.
Yeah, actually, we had this discussion about it. So we were thinking about like this society is built on like a altitude, and then like that altitude is kind of very high, and then like there is a part below it, like and the part below it's the part which has like the low altitude has like a public transport or a private submarine like kind of a system. Still thinking about it, and also it has like the harsh environment. The environment is harsh, so we are using this tubes like connectivity, like hyperloop systems or tube connectivity, which has more controlled environment like a public transport. But we're still like kind of discussing those ideas. And yeah.
So to elaborate on that, the environment is not stable because of the crystals. The crystal energy is too strong, and then there is a lot of unstable energy releasing out. So we need vehicles to help them travel through those spaces. And then as for the routes, we can reference bird migration patterns as well. So for us, we are very keen on referring biodesign or natural patterns from nature as well.
Yeah, great, great. Because like I can see the patterns, and especially in some of your diagrams, like they're very evident. So I think that like you guys like have done an incredible job, like into exactly like having all the ingredients like in order like to build onto the next step. So well done from me. Really fun project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could add something really fast, this is an interesting one, and just categorizing some of the previous projects we have seen. This is the one in which the occupant is reminiscent of the environment, right? So it's almost the structure, the formation of the being itself is kind of like aligning with the structure and the geometric configuration of the buildings. So I find that kind of like interesting. If you reflect that back to like humans, it's kind of like this uncanny idea of using again our own form to kind of like make spaces. I don't know what that would look like. Maybe not so good. But in your case, I think it's kind of like because the forms are a little alien to us. I think it's working. One thing that's maybe the body of the the being is nested. If you can go to your celestial design, like the design of the creature.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
that's the form there is kind of like more coherent, more embedded. The layers are kind of like fitting together and so on and so forth, right? And then you are using fractals. So fractal is kind of like taking one shape and scaling it up. So like almost you're taking this, scaling it up and making buildings, right? So there's, I mean, there's kind of like both abstract and formal kind of a connection there. But this guy is, like structurally, I think that the way in which the layers and the structures and these parts coming together is different than how the buildings are generated. This is more nested, embedded, joined, flowing, and then the buildings are more becoming like componentry, which is connecting by these like, I would say weaker, if I could say, like touch points. Okay. So in my mind, like this is, the creature itself is more coherent and, unified within itself, which makes sense. And then the buildings are kind of like more discrete with their connections. This is all to say that I think there's an opportunity there to maybe bring the spirit of the building towards the creature in which the components do not kind of like fly and just touch from those weak points, let me use that word, but they can rather get kind of like embedded and melded together. Yeah, like so I think these units are better examples for that exactly. But if once you explode the scale to towers, I think which is a challenge, right? So I'm not saying like you cannot go and like design everything one by one. But yeah, just the correlation between the occupant and the environment, the container and the content just made me kind of like think about that. Otherwise, and because you had like fractals as a tool to work with, right? So you're kind of like scaling these things up, which is essentially already there. Again, like these are again like I think in this scale these are good examples. They're kind of like fitting together, which is similar to the let's say the occupant. I think I'm talking about the larger scale, which is going to be a challenge to work with in a similar essence. Yeah, but otherwise, thank you. I just want to also say that I will need to leave soon, but if you can give me like 30 seconds to say, there's so much technical execution and digital craftswomanship and craftsmanship here. That is all to kind of like appreciate. This was one of my most vibrant Saturday mornings, to be honest, and I really appreciate that. And definitely congratulations to all students and also like the instructors. I mean, it's bravo. So I just wanted to say this, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Noor. It was a pleasure.
Hi, guys. I would like to add some comments. I also think it's a quite an interesting case, this one. And I think that the feature that intrigues me more is the fact that the inhabitant, they can fly. And I think it's interesting that you mentioned the intention of addressing the public transportation or how people is going to move here. Because when I see the render, I see that they are flying. So what's the actual need of a public transportation in a city where you can actually fly and reach easily every part? And I was also interested in understanding if the flying feature is how this is kind of informing the design of your city, or if there is any aspect of that where you say that, okay, those guys are flying, so the design of a city should kind of reflect or adapt to this interesting feature. And or maybe if you see like an opportunity that maybe you can address in order to make more unique the design of the spaces that you are creating according to that specific feature. And also, I don't know how it's going to be a public transportation where people can fly. I suppose it should fly as well. Or maybe you should just cover the need of moving underground. I don't know. I'm just really interested in understanding how this very small feature is really extending the path that you're following after.
I guess I can answer your first question. So I was thinking for the transportation, it doesn't necessarily have to be like a public transport. It could be more specialized vehicles. Maybe they can have more like precision mining lasers. So those vehicles are used for their work rather than leisure. And then for your second question, I guess for our structures, actually we look up on how bird nests are like on Earth. So we have nests that are on trees, we have nests that are on the ground, and that's why we try to have a variety as well. Maybe Rajat and Prakash have something to add on?
No, I think yeah, that's yeah, and also about like there are some differentiations in the beings as well. Like it was mentioned in the first chapter also, like there are a few highly developed beings who have wings in the society, and then there are beings who don't have such advanced wings and also. So there is a need for public transport for those kind of beings as well. So there are a lot of parameters and there's
Yeah, and to
yeah.
add on to that, our
Concept,
planet has a lot of storms,
The
and
weather,
occasionally there will be low visibility. So in the case of emergency evacuation, I guess we will need like a big vehicle where everyone can get away safely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I follow up on that, because I think this is actually a really interesting discussion. So first of all, also from my side, congratulations to the great work and all the stunning visuals and the world building crafting that you did. I enjoyed this a lot. I had similar questions as a response, and think this project here is really interesting because it's questioning the design brief. And I'm wondering a bit, at what point should you allow yourself to drift off in another direction away from what the design brief is in order to keep the logic of what you developed? And to make this more concrete, so you made tiny decisions at the very beginning which had huge consequences. For instance, your occupants can fly. So this is a game changer, and everything else should be questioned then later on, because suddenly all the dynamics and how I reach points and so on are totally working differently if I can fly. The other game changer that you brought in early on is there is some sort of a levitating anti-gravity technology out there that allows my structures to float. So I'm not having a skyscraper sitting on a rock, but it's actually floating most of the time. And when the storm comes, I'm pulling it down into the cracks, which to me is a huge, huge game changer. So everything that becomes geometry, structure, form should incorporate this change, that my occupants can fly, that my structures can float, and maybe use 3D space in a completely different way, aggregating maybe more three-dimensionally in this crystalline structure and the growth patterns, rather than the very flat patterns that you are showing in the illustrations. And then the last thing, I don't know if your group said it, but I think you did as well, that your occupants are kind of connected to each other and there's a hive mind going on. Did you say that?
No.
So if there is you did not say this?
Well, we have meditation pods where they try to connect to each other and be more empathetic with one another.
Oh, okay. So maybe it wasn't your group, but let's say hive mind was in your group or in the other. So once you have a hive mind, then do we still need spaces to socialize? Like, what's the role of gathering space in a world of a hive mind? So what I find interesting about your project in particular is that it's raising these meta questions that are allowing you to drift off from following strictly the design brief and what the deliverables are, and you could tweak them a bit more to support your narrative. I don't know what the others thought about this, but at least my reaction was this is kind of inviting to play the game a little bit differently than it was maybe designed by the instructors.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the beautiful comments, and I really appreciate the great visuals, the diagrams that you have packed up in a great storytelling there. So I want to congratulate you for the project, and thank you. We can move on.
Thank you,
to
everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
You're moving to Group B.
Before, Brandon and
Go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Brady. I just recently graduated with an undergraduate degree from the Savannah College of Art and Design.
Hi, everybody. My name is Alejandro. I'm a computational designer from San Diego, California.
Driven by the imperative to endure amid Ecuador's unforgiving landscape, the tenacious entities forged amidst the trials of their wild world stood upon the precipice of a pivotal moment in their history. Guided by the wisdom of their predecessors and the hardy population, they embarked on a journey of transformation, sparked by the discovery of a time capsule from the distant planet of Earth. Within its metallic confines lay the seeds of change, human DNA, and marvels of advanced technology, gifts from a civilization long past. With these tools at their disposal, the inhabitants of Ecuador began to weave a new destiny for themselves, melding their formless bodies with the ingenuity of their creation. Despite the trials that beset them, they stood united, their collective resolve unyielding in the face of adversity. And thus, amidst the swirling mists and the whispered secrets of their world, they built a city, bastion of hope and progress amid the chaos. Through tireless innovation and unwavering cooperation, they harnessed the energies of their environment, forging pathways of progress that reached towards the heavens. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting hues of ethereal light upon the radiant towers, the inhabitants of Ecuador stood as beacons of optimism amid tumultuous times. Their journey a testament to the strong-willed spirit and the enduring power of collective endeavor. Another groundbreaking creation emerged from the endeavors of the persistent inhabitants, a remarkable exosuit crafted to enhance their abilities and shield them from the perils of Ecuador's harsh terrain. Starting with variations of the humanoid skull, they refined their designs for endurance and agility, including meticulously crafted footwear and a pliable exoskeleton. The suit incorporated vital components like versatile appendages, a nuclear core for sustenance, armor for protection, synaptic cables for connectivity, and pay, a symbiotic creature providing support and energy. Together, the population of Ecuador and their prosthesis exemplified limitless creativity, thriving in their turbulent landscape as guardians of their realm. In their relentless quest for advancement, the robust entities delved into the intricacies of vessel enhancement, crafting ingenious configurations to augment their corpuscles capabilities. Among these innovations, groundbreaking arrangements emerged, each contributing to their ability to navigate and thrive amidst the ever-changing tides on their planetary environments. These configurations harmonize energy consumption and prolong vessel lifespan, ensuring sustained resilience in the face of adversity. Through these strategic adaptations, the inhabitants of Ecuador forge a path toward ascendancy within their realm, propelling their civilization to unparalleled heights of inventiveness and resilience. In the crucible of Ecuador's tumultuous landscape, the durable inhabitants confront a symphony of environmental adversities. Swirling clouds of toxic gases and acidic vapors envelop treacherous terrains, riddled with molten fissures and jagged rocks. Radioactive waters lap against shores teeming with unseen dangers. Above, wild storms rage, thunderous roars echoing amidst tempestuous skies. In the face of such challenges, the population of Ecuador harnessed their spirit and ingenuity, forging a bond with their environment to transcend survival. Through adaptation and resilience, they carve a sanctuary amidst chaos, defying odds to thrive.
In their relentless quest for advancement, the strong-willed inhabitants delve into the intricacies of bezel enhancement, crafting ingenious configurations to augment their corpuscle's capabilities. Among these innovations, groundbreaking arrangements emerged, each contributing to their ability to navigate and thrive amidst the ever-changing tides of their planetary environments. These configurations harmonize energy consumption and prolong vessel lifespan, ensuring sustained resilience in the face of adversity. With these strategic adaptations, the population of Ecuador forged a path toward ascendancy within the realm, propelling their civilization to unparalleled heights of inventiveness and resilience. In the grand narrative of our endeavor, we harness the essence of technological mastery, weaving a symphony of topological optimizations and amalgamations of our corpuscle's components to forge a smart city, a beacon of energy efficiency and communal harmony. With meticulous foresight and integration, we sculpt the cityscape where communication, infrastructure, advanced laboratories, and efficient storage facilities intertwine seamlessly. Through the artistry of layout and design, our smart city becomes the nexus of connectivity, innovation, and sustainability, elevating the essence of life for all denizens. From the radiant towers of research bastions to the fortified bastions of storage, every facet is meticulously sculpted to serve the evolving needs of its inhabitants, crafting a tapestry of flourishing urban existence. In the heart of their urban expanse lies sanctuaries of communal gathering and contemplation, where the bustle of daily life yields to moments of profound stillness. Encircled by crystalline towers and shimmering domes, these sanctuaries offer respite from the clamor of the city, inviting inhabitants to unfold in quiet reverence. Here, amidst the hum of artificial intelligence and the gentle sway of meditation, inhabitants of Ecuador gather to reflect upon the boundless wonders of the universe. Upon the rugged expanse of Ecuador's untamed lands, amid swirling mists and tumultuous winds, emerges a marvel, a city born of persistent entities, unyielding spirit, and boundless ingenuity. It stands as a testament to their resilience on the brink of oblivion, now risen as custodians of the realm. At the city's core lies the energy gathering device, a compact cluster of wirelessly linked elements nestled amid urban sprawl. Its sleek design belies the complexity of function, serving as the linchpin to the city's energy infrastructure. Through advanced sensors and transmitters, it harvests ambient energies, converting them into sustainable power. Radiating from this core sprawl the topologically optimized platforms, a labyrinthine network of pathways and platforms intertwined like a vast computational circuitry. Sending tendrils far and wide atop the vibrant terrain and also resistant vegetation, these platforms serve as conduits for energy distribution, linking the city's various sectors in seamless harmony. Surrounding this nexus lie the laboratories where groundbreaking works unfold to continue the inhabitants of Ecuador's custodianship of their domain. All advancements to the breeding community begin here, a private sector off limits to the general breeding population. In these laboratories, the air crackles with the fervor of discovery, each experiment a testament to the boundless ingenuity of the brilliant scholars. Within the city's heart, corpuscles stand as monuments to the robust entity's craft, composed of synthetic alloys and bioorganic composites. They house the central nuclear core, a mighty quantum computer that orchestrates the city's functions, including energy management, with unparalleled precision. As the sun dips casting hues of purple and pink across gleaming spires and pulsating domes, the inhabitants of Ecuador look upon the realm with hope and wonder. Amid swirling mists and whispered secrets, they forge a beacon, a testament to unity and destiny. And now, the narrators of this incredible journey, we reveal our identity. We are humans, the architects of this experiment. While years have passed on Ecuador, it has been less than one lifetime on there since we sent our time capsule. We watch the persistent entities conflict arise and resolve, witnessing their transformation from species on the brink of extinction to world stewards. Our experiment succeeded beyond our wildest expectations, and we cannot help but feel a profound sense of awe and responsibility for the role we played in their destiny, a capsule that altered their fate forever. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys. Really, really cool presentation. it shows that like you've really put the effort again, like to revise like the narrative and to see like how exactly to say to tell the story in the best possible way. So I do appreciate that a lot. Could you please like zoom into like some of the interior spaces, maybe like from the core puzzle? Do you have any of those like also exhibited? Yeah, I think again, yeah, like some of those are really great to see because like we understand also again like the interior space as well as the exterior, and I know that how much like you the effort you've put into those as well. Thank you. Really wonderful work. I'm really excited for the next chapter. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for you. It's going to come probably back to some of the language also that you probably used to create your prosthesis, and it's going to be very interesting like to see like how you could like use this language now to expand or even like to build again upon the body, right, like or enhance the body like with different kind of like mobility vehicles, and then like obviously like also like the connections within the city. But I feel that like also you've done an incredible job like creating these exterior spaces and putting a lot of effort into really thinking about the platforms and really working through a lot of those elements and showcasing how this society is like coming to be. So thank you so much for the amazing presentations. Really a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Pavlina. We appreciate your help pulling it together this past couple of weeks.
Of course. Thank you, guys.
Just a couple of quick comments. You know, I think there's something interesting about this project, just you know, in the staging of it, just you know, especially in this middle view, like how you know, just forgive me for stating the obvious, but just how clear it is that it like you know traverses from like a high ground to a low ground, or it traverses from you know from land to water, and you know, just thinking, yeah, just wondering if you know, if it's possible to escalate the, you know, this kind of sense that it's kind of an amphibious project, right? That lives both on land and on water. I thought it was, you know, it was, I appreciated how in some of the views you could see that these kind of more linear components, you know, that are kind of, you know, they're like cascading down the hill, start to become a terracing system. You know, so it seemed like they kind of merged with the contouring of the landscape a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you get this almost like, yeah, kind of like hybrid moment, or like a kind of a moment of like grafting, you know, these two very very different material realities together. And I'm just trying to think if, given some of like the bubbly or you know kind of you know buoyant you know forms and geometries um that you also have, does you know does something happen when it hits the water, right, where like I guess you know you just very intentionally address a different kind of hybridization, you know, instead of the kind of land, you know, land and structure hybrid like that becomes a terrace, there's some other kind of like you know water structure hybrid that's like playing off the kind of, you know, it's like the bubbliness, you know, or the buoyantness of some of your geometry. I think I'm just, my brain is just going there, not like you know, in part because this is so, you know, kind of amazing and vivid, you know, this image here, but just since like in terms of the, you know, the discussion in the previous project about what is the game changing mentality of your original you know creature, and I think yours is maybe the one of the ones that seems most cyborg, right, you know, most a very very particular kind of hybrid, right, where maybe it's less about walking, less about you know flying, but the fact that it's, you know, it's a you know it's a creature of hybridization, you know, and so how does that just help you think about hybrids all over the place, you know, even before we get into the specifics of, is it an organic inorganic hybrid? Is it a, kind of, corporeal ethereal hybrid? Is there something, with all the, I think in some of your interiors, all the kind of cabling and, kind of jacking in and plugging into things that you also have. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How does that come out even more? Because I think it's really fascinating, and it's a great setup, among all the beautiful work that you're doing.
Thanks so much, Jason. Yeah, I think in these next couple of chapters, I think we'll really have the opportunity to kind of expound on and reel back in our amalgamation to kind of address those issues that you brought up. I think we've kind of been building on like this sort of layering technique since chapter 1 that I think has served us well in the way that we've addressed the environment and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, all great comments. We really appreciate it, Jason.
Yeah,
definitely.
Thanks.
Thank you.
From my end, I also congratulate you to the great work and the stunning visuals. I really enjoyed your narrative and storytelling, and thought that this DNA time capsule as a starting point is actually quite brilliant and very different to the other teams we've seen so far. So rather than your different scales and structures are responding to environmental factors or some kind of consequences that happened in the storyline, it's kind of emerging from the DNA and the tools and the instructions that you got at the very beginning. So that I found a really cool starting point. And then I see it more like a hacking of these instructions. So maybe earlier formations look more like we humans do, and then as time goes on and you're kind of scaling things up, they deviate more and more and become their own hacked version of a skull, but now used as a space station, or I don't know, like it's turning into something else. So I really like this. And then the end twist of the story, that there are the humans still around and observing this, I think is also pretty brilliant, and I would emphasize this even more. So was this all an experiment where humans sent this out to see what happens? Is this like the 3-body problem where you want to see the civilization come to life and to fruition and then fail? Something like this. So I would give this even a more evil twist, or a more interesting twist, that maybe the way the instructions that were given at the very beginning already contain the flaws or the limitations or the limits of what you can do, and then this is the outcome of the story, that it fails in a certain way or something like this. So the start and the end of your story is super interesting, and then drives form, which is less informed by the environment and more coming from internal logics, which is exciting.
Really good idea.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you guys for the great work. It was a pretty long journey, and you did very well.
Thank you. Exceptionally long.
And
thanks a lot, guys.
I'm proud. Yeah. Let's move on to the next team. We have 2 more teams. We have B7.
Hello, everybody.
Jeff Kirk and G.
Thanks for coming today. We are B7. My name is Kirk. I'm an artist out of Colorado.
And I'm Gina. I am a graphic designer in Boston.
We welcome you to a realm where the fabric of space-time is woven with intricate patterns.
Where particles dance in a symphony of uncertainty and waves of probability ripple through the cosmos.
Welcome to the tale of music and war, a prequel to the tale of Serafina. Listen. Can you hear it? Against the black canvas of Quantascape universe, pulsate rhythms of quantum energy clashing like thunderstorms, like churning oceans. A cacophony of tumultuous symphonies reverberate in the distance. Welcome to the realm luminalis. Here, the great wise ancestor tree floats among a trinary solar system with an asteroid belt. Celestial bodies take on surreal forms, morphing at the whim of quantum fluctuations. In Luminalis, all things are ruled by sound, light, and color, and it is home to the Verde, once gentle beings devoted to the musical arts. In ancient times, underneath the verdant skyline of the Verde, tranquility reigned. Devoid of predators and carnivorous instincts, they lived a harmonious existence among all creatures. With extended arms and delicate butterfly-like wings, they roamed peacefully through their low-gravity lands, tucked within the great ancestry tree. The ancient Verde filled their days with foraging for the delights of the desert lowlands, of the surrounding asteroids, and rapturing in a world bent on cultivating music. However, the strum of a harp, their utopian world, took a complex turn. The discovery of an ancient wisdom buried deep within the great ancestry tree unearthed the secret knowledge of quantum music. Music whose sounds formed each nuance of the universe, the flavor of the mushrooms growing in the desert lands to the shape of the ancestry tree itself. With the forging of the first quantum harp, a kaleidoscopic explosion of quantum music awakened the Verde's spirits, kindling their imaginations, desires, and painting their reality in shades of unimaginable colors and complexity. Different tunes from these quantum harps animated individuals uniquely, segmenting them into disparate groups. The intoxicating melodies eventually led to conflicts. Music, the dynamic frequency scripting all matter and reality, held the power to dictate all forms of life. Only one music played at once. Only one music could rule, but whose music would it be? Music, it seemed, had become a cause for war, and at the quantum level, the most powerful weapon in the universe. The power of quantum music to create weapons thus begun, as did the arms race. With it began the construction of buildings for power and protection. Liquid volumetric noise filled the core of the corpuscle, held together in quantum equilibrium, vibrating with sacred chords. From the corpuscle's inception arose new formations for a burgeoning metropolis nestled deep within the canyon of the ancient tree. The layers of the metropolis stacked, starting with the residential units lacing the sidewalls. Rather than the lush highlands worn by their sons, the Verde developed cities within the canyons tucked in the crooks of the great tree's branches. Echoes from the canyons multiplied the resonances of the quantum sounds. They constructed their levitating towers in the local central pocket of gravity. Residential structures remained hidden high within the canyon walls, suspended from sneak attacks.
Using quantum vehicles to extrapolate components from the Great Corpuscle, the Verde disassembled the structures into units that would form into new permutations, cultivating the foundations of a metropolis prepared for a quantum attack. The amalgamated constructs defined the musical identity of the Verde. Energetic frequencies based on principles of music manifested the physical form of the city. Geometric forms based on scales, meter, and triads. The Verde gathered regularly in public spaces for war rallies, employing the space for musical weaponry consisting of a cocktail of quantum notes, rising and falling in a 7-scale diapason. In the city center erected a triad of towers, proudly reaching their gold fingertips beyond the mouth of the canyon to accept their sun's warmth. The low gravity of Luminalis allowed the tower's tall, slender bodies to hover above the ground unrooted. About their periphery, the towers padded with the soft fluttering from thousands of Verde wings. The proud structures centralized their daily activities surrounding energy, utility, and war. Gatherings swarmed with maddening bellicose surrounding the main public unit, maintaining quantum transcription weapons able to absorb musical notes of adversaries like a black hole absorbing matter. When one tribe's music died, so did their rule. 3 such instruments lived in a once beloved music hall, In what formerly existed as a symphony hall designed to experience musical majesty, the Verdi gathered about large machines, equipped to destroy their foes' musical notes and to manipulate their frequencies for their own quantum governance. Residents of Luminalis embedded their homes inside of thick wasp-like nests, sided with canopied terraces, pointed edges as forewarning to their opponents. As the once peaceful Verdi succumbed to the ravages of war, hope seemed but a distant memory. Yet amidst the chaos, whispers spread of a prophecy foretelling the birth of a youth, bearing the gift to harmonize all quantum music. In the quiet of the night, as the first rays of dawn pierced through the darkness, the child Seraphina was born, her eyes ablaze with another worldly wisdom. And so, as the newborn's cries echoed through the land, a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of the war-torn people. The growth of a newborn child into a full-grown woman signaled the dawn of a new era. Little did they know the path to redemption would be fraught with trials and tribulations, setting the stage for an epic sequel of courage, sacrifice, and the power of a single child to change the course of history.
We thank you all for joining us today on this tale.
The end.
Thank you, team. Thank you. It's really great to see everything coming together. It's great to see like that you guys are also like working well and you know, like trying to envision like where the project is going next. You didn't overpopulate, which is something like smart, I think, that you did, because like you were more in control of the geometry and the space. I feel that there is beauty in like what you've created. I think that there is also a lot of growth like through the chapters, and we see like how like you're really progressing through, you know, like from chapter 1 here. I think that the project is getting stronger and stronger as you move forward. And that's really an amazing progress to see. I love that you were thinking again a lot about like the presentation and the storytelling and how to make the most of it. Can we get back like to the board also, like to see some of those images? I think it's always good to have this open. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, of course.
But yes, definitely, again, like congratulations on that. An aspect that like I would like to see even more, I think that you have some of those public spaces that are very interesting and special. I would love to see some more of those really like designed, right? Like maybe not like especially like that space, but some of the spaces that you're having that, you know, are again like from the corpus or even level. I think that there is an opportunity there like to work through them a little bit more and to show again like how does, you know, this really work internally. Thank you, guys.
Thank
you, Paulina.
Can you clarify again? So this is all happening on the tree. Did I hear this correctly?
Yes. Yeah. So our tree is floating in space.
Okay.
Kind of like an
So,
autonomous planet.
Okay, so again, first of all, congratulations for the work that you put into all of this. You are just a team of 2, and still this was like a compelling, coherent story with like a lot of depth and different ideas. So this was all great. The feedback I would like to give is to push a little bit on things that make you stand out in comparison to the other groups and could give your story a different take on the brief. I like that your universe, the thing you are creating, is all happening on top of a tree. And the way how you describe it, it reminds me a little bit of, you know, lichen or moss growth on a rock. If you look at a rock where you have lichens on it, this is actually a battlefield where each different species is fighting for territory and trying to expand and overcome the others, and there are like battle lines drawn and so on. And in a way, the way how you describe this project, it feels somewhat similar, that there are multiple groups on this tree fighting for territory and space and possibilities to grow and so on. So that starting point I thought was very intriguing, and I would emphasize this even more. The other thing that I thought is also very unique and different to the others, and I like this idea as well, is that the creation of form and structure and logic is driven by music. You said music, but you also mentioned other terms like vibrations and oscillations and so on, which is a very natural thing and actually happens. So I'm immediately getting ideas like visuals in my mind, like the Chladni figures or schematics that are creating geometry based on vibrations and tunes and so on. So I think this is also an interesting concept, and maybe these vibrations are coming from the tree, so there's like a natural pattern of oscillation throughout the tree or how it functions, and you can take advantage of these energy concentrations or interpolations or not. So that I thought was also very unique and different to the others, and I like that part a lot as well. So maybe just kind of feedback how to push this further and give this a more unique twist.
Thank you.
Totally. Yeah, thank you. Love it.
I like that a lot.
Hi guys, very interesting
Hey.
project, beautiful visuals. And I also agree on the aspect that the musical element is quite interesting. And I think that, I mean, what you created here is extremely fascinating, but I'm also wondering how it would be to really stress this feature even more. I mean, if this society is really that based on music, on vibration, on sound, I mean, how is that really informing how everything is shaped? Should like the city look like an instrument or a chamber, a resonance chamber? Or yes, the pattern produced by sand with vibration? How is everything organized according to this specific trait? For example, I mean, a tree is growing to maximize the exposure to light, of course, other aspect. How this very deep need is affecting how everything is forming, is growing. I think that the object that I see is very interesting, but I'm not able to read that feature. So I'm wondering how it would be to stress it even more and to make it more obvious to realize when you see the city that you showed here.
Totally
Maybe
agree.
to just jump in with one more sentence in this, because I think it's exactly hitting the point I wanted to make at the end. Like if you describe oscillations and waves that can amplify each other when they interpolate and grow bigger and make form, or they could cancel each other out and make it impossible for something to grow, that might be one way to connect vibrations and music to shape generation.
Yeah, I love that idea. We were talking about a lot of that early on, and thinking about even having the geometry be translated from a musical sheet, so you could even like take a melody and generate a physical form. It was a little difficult in execution, but there's definitely some traction there somewhere.
Also, the mention of implementing actual musical instruments as recognizable to us and translating that into this world. We did actually, much earlier on, we did actually implement that. And eventually, like, we stepped onto the path of focusing on musical principles to guide how the geometry was ultimately cultivated.
Food for thought, guys. You still have time and skills to really push and alter the design, change. And yeah, I'm very proud of the growth you guys have until now. Like, I just want to mention that both of them didn't have much experience in the 3D world, so this was for a few months. So congratulations, guys. Be proud.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have final team, P6.
Oh,
We have Dustin and Roma.
right. I'll give Roma a moment to get set up with the screen sharing. Okay. Right, looks like we're ready to go. Hello, my name is Dustin. My name is Dustin Orchel. I'm an architect based out of Grand Rapids, Michigan, in the United States.
And I'm an architect, Roma, based in India. Welcome to the story of Quantascape. In the vast and intricate Quantascape universe, within an asteroid belt, gravitational swirls, 3 distinct reams emerged. Luminalis, dark enigma, and light radiance. In this celestial arena, the very fabric of reality responded to the orchestration of quantum frequencies, intertwining sound, light, and color in a symphony that resonated through every living organism. The very unique realm of Luminalis was blessed with the great ancestor tree, which brought gift of harmony and the ability to thrive on all quantum frequencies.
As life thrived, the branches of this great tree mutated amidst the harshness of the quantum frequencies. Asteroid collisions and unstable gravity, the branches grew into an omni-bloom nexus. As luminescent buds sprout from branches, they evolve into expansive bloom platforms where interstellar dust collects and forms solid terrains. Over time, these nexus evolved into a complex network boasting a gravitational system honed through adaptive resilience. Time and evolution led some buds to bloom into fruits that detached from the branches as grew into various species. With exceptionally high consciousness among these were the Verde. They wield a profound ability, the manipulation of light and sound through their wings and neural cavities. They absorb light from their wings and nectar from their vine-like hands. The Bloom platform terrascapes transformed into diverse ecological systems, residential structures, and casual meeting spaces. Resembling enormous lily pads, the platforms absorb the tree's essence, transforming into vibrant ecosystems, supporting diverse life forms.
Some nurture quantum-tuned flora gardens, while others become communal spaces for the Verde to harmonize and live. The vivid ecologies mirror Luminalis facets, creating interconnected microcosms that contribute to the central ream's balance and vitality. Terraforming these terrascapes lead to the formation of smaller trees, becoming crucial food source for the Verde. Horizontal branches develop, crafting individual living pods intertwined with the nursery areas that support the flourishing growth of the young Verde. Towers manifest, acting as central hubs for the Verde civilization, offering communal spaces for meals, engagements in rituals, and respite from challenging environmental conditions. Open and unenclosed spaces are employed for transmitting survival knowledge to the Verde and practicing skills such as flight and quantum musical production. Among these platforms, symbiotic crop terraces emerge, forming the enchanting Luminalis terravine orchards. The Verde inhabitants of this world carefully select crops with pronounced quantum frequencies, ensuring a symbiotic relationship.
Meanwhile, on the elevated hills of Habitation Bloom platform, ethereal respite provides secluded sanctuaries for meditation and reflection. These natural havens, adorned with luminescent vines, offer connection to the realm's energy and act as a balance to the bustling city below. As we move further into the city, we encounter the majestic Luminalis Skywatch Towers, the guardians and observers of Luminalis. Their observation platform allows the Verde to monitor the ever-shifting quantum energies. These towers are a testament to the commitment of the Verde to safeguard Luminalis. Nestled in crevices, the omniscient archives are a repository of knowledge and quantum secrets. These ancient artifacts, housed within an awe-inspiring structure, hold the key to Luminalis's history and the wisdom that guides its inhabitants.
Venturing into the terraced gardens and the resonance gardens, we discover a mesmerizing tapestry of lush flora and vibrant flowers. Each terrace is a heaven, resonating with quantum energies that create a kaleidoscope of colors. The gardens invite the Verde to connect with Luminalis harmonizing forces and serve as a serene sanctuary in the midst of a bustling city. Perched atop a bloom platform, the quantum sound resonance chambers harness the synergy between water and quantum frequencies. These awe-inspiring structures, crafted from crystalline materials, create a symphony of quantum-tuned melodies that reverberate across Luminalis. The crystal spires stand as resplendent beacons. These structures spiral in a way optimized to absorb light. They refract and amplify the radiant light that nurture the growing Verde. Quantum Harmony Tower, grown to enhance the balance and unity within Luminalis. Luminescent vines spiral gracefully around the towers, mirroring the intricate quantum patterns and fostering the sense of organic integration.
The Praxis Pavilions serve as multifunctional spaces for public collaboration, learning, and contemplation for the Verde inhabitants of Luminalis. Over the course of time, blossoms emerge on the Aradex. Despite the challenging and arid environment, these blossoms evolve into exceedingly dry structures, lacking the vibrant features found in analogous spaces within the Omnibloom nexus. Nonetheless, though, these formations still serve as optimal training grounds for the Verde. Celestial worship blossoms have formed the sacred space, employing cutting-edge photonic technology to gather and concentrate ambient light energy, seamlessly transforming it into a fluid essence. This ethereal elixir pulled gracefully in a sacred reservoir, becoming the lifeblood of Luminalis. The quantum resonant pathways in the interior nucleus and the Omni-Bloom nexus connect with other planets to stabilize learning areas and ensure the multidimensional exchange of quantum energies. The Odyssey through the city-like realm of Luminalis unveils itself as a symphony of exploration and revelation. As we persist in the marveling at the beauty and intricate of this extraordinary world, Luminalis subtly whispers the commitment to unraveling the profound mysteries, even in our dreams, as we now leave the story of conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Your project is really interesting and unique, like the way that you're, like working through every aspect of it. And it seems that you guys are having a lot of fun, like thinking about it and just envisioning this new world, which is commendable. I would love to see like more visuals that are like even better connected, since that's definitely something that like to put our emphasis on, even like, in the next chapters. I think that we've done a very big step towards like more cohesive, visuals and renders, which is really great. So please keep up, with this exploration. I think that there is more to explore and more to, to find really like the best way to represent the project. I feel that some of those like black and white images still are one of the more prominent and maybe like even like stronger visuals that connects us to the project and appreciate its beauty. Well, when like the materials like come together, like when you're rendering, a lot of times like they're still clashing, they're still having like some challenges like on the materiality, not these ones, because these are obviously like images that have to do again like with occlusion and like with very simple materials. But when we're talking about the renders themselves, which are towards the under the board, like on the lower part of the board, right?
Yeah.
So, but again, there has been a great improvement, and I do appreciate that. And I think, like with the next step, with the next chapter, we'll have again the opportunity to revise this. And I think that the other thing is that as soon as you start, like sooner, right, like in the process, that's going to help you a lot. But I appreciate all the effort. I think that like we're in a much better place than we were. And thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Pavlina.
Yeah, if it's okay if I just jump in, I just want to say that like I really am interested in this, the language of on the one hand it's kind of like the sort of bunches of grapes or kind of berry bunches of berries, but how it's also sort of like a sense of like egg sacs and fruiting and clustering. Yeah, that to me is really, really compelling. And I think that this one especially, shows, shows, let's say, how to say it, a kind of a, like designing the transition, yeah, let's say of the, of the tube into the, egg sac or the the branch into the fruited berry. Sorry, I'm just speaking all of these metaphors, but I think just on a base level, what always excites me is that like as an architect, can't quite find the architecture, like the conventional architectural terms, to talk about the project. So you have to start to go to all of these other disciplines and it's in the same way that I thought it was great that when Simon was talking a couple projects ago about like the sort of strangler fig as a way of thinking about the transition from one system to another. But this is all to say that I'm just wondering if it's possible for you to apply a little bit more of that finesse in designing the transition between the bundle, the bundles of berries or the bunches of grapes and egg sacs, to the ground around them. Just thinking that I think you're doing an interesting thing of like sculpting the ground a bit, and then in the air that there seem to be these like piped vectors. And I was wondering, like at a certain moment, like do those start to come together and the ground is not just shaped, but but some of that piping or some of that tubing is emerging out of the ground. And sorry if it sounds like I'm trying to design your project for you. I guess just what I'm trying to think about is in the branching and fruiting logic that you have, thinking about like the branching is also like infrastructure, right? I think it's like it's not just structure holding it up, but it's infrastructure and something is flowing through it, to the fruits or to the egg sacs and since you have such a narrative that involves fluids and transfer as part of these kind of social cultural rituals that I think are in your narrative, could even just like not just like build connective tissue between the the object in the field or or the architecture in the landscape, but but it's even more in your narrative. So anyway, just a thought, because there's something really important to me, about this kind of language that you're trying to work through, and how to get it a little bit out of its own internal logic, and perhaps like it's almost like starts to become the connective infrastructure. Yeah.
Like we have not added it to the narrative. Excuse me. We have not like added it to the. Sorry, please go ahead.
Okay, no, I just want to say that this is like, because like I said, Jason, I think that that's a great time, like to like contemplate and give different ideas, because again, we're midway through through the program. So there are a lot of changes that could happen, and exactly like mobility is the next chapter. So this really ties like beautifully like with next steps and like some food for thought. So yeah, we appreciate this kind of comments. Yeah, sorry, Roma.
It's okay. Just talking about the idea that the branches are like interweaved with the ground and like going from the ground. If we're like trying to achieve that, like the energy that's like collected from the sacred space and the crystal spires, like complete, then flows throughout the tree.
Yeah.
I know, like it's
absolutely.
not very evident, but that was the idea.
Well, yeah, I mean, so Jason, what you said, yeah, that's true, but also what you said made complete sense to me, because that's kind of like, that's the core of our challenge with this project as we're trying to stay loyal to the concept, is how do we get to a sense of aggregation when we acknowledge that things are growing very independently, like within thinking about ecological systems or using more of the ground plane to create that kind of generative force. So yeah, I found your comment not only coherent, but very, very useful in how we're trying to think through this. So yeah, definitely appreciate it.
Oh yeah, right on. And just very quickly, yeah. I think it's coming to mind because it looks like it's what you're trying to do, right? You know, so
right.
So maybe I'm just helping, cheer for you.
Sure. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely taken that way. No, we need help. Getting it to the greatest point of success. So yeah, definitely appreciate it.
Since your project is kind of on midway and there is the possibility to integrate changes or food for thoughts or kind of give things a twist, I again want to give some feedback on where I think the strength of your project lies and which you could emphasize more to give it a very unique aesthetic or presentation or storyline and differentiate yourself from the other teams, even though you all worked from the same design brief. So what I really liked about your project was this metaphor of the garden, that this entire thing kind of develops and grows and comes to fruition and blossoms like plants in a garden. And I think this is a very strong idea. I wish in the narrative, and maybe this is something you could now develop further or put in more, is that on the one hand side, you rather than everything is perfect and this fantastic garden, you introduce a few problems and hazards to the garden. So what are the challenges? Like, are the resources scarce and each plant is fighting for resources, or are there invading species, or is there an overexertion? Any pest? Like a garden is exposed to problems and challenges. And it would be, for me, a bit more convincing, and I would probably appreciate the garden more if I know under which dangers this is actually starting to grow and come to fruition. Then the other thing that it's missing for me a bit are the gardeners. So those who take care of all these things growing and kind of constantly interact, and either with more active interventions or passive interactions. Like somehow I'm missing I think there's one rendering where you have like flying dark creatures. Like if these are the gardeners who take care of everything growing, I think I want to see a bit more how they interact and what do they do and how do they help grow these structures or shape them or cut them back and so on. Because I think your story would be much more interesting if you are describing this fragile balance that a garden can have that needs constant care. So sometimes more active, sometimes more passive care, and the delicateness of this garden under the circumstances. And then I would appreciate the beauty of the garden even more if I know under which challenging situations or dangers it was able to grow.
And that's a really beautiful thought, I would say, like going into the intricacies of how the community interacts with the whole thing.
Yeah. Thank you all for the comments. Thank you, team. Really well done yourself. Great job.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Yeah, render faster though. That was heard. Yes, absolutely. We need to
render earlier.
Right away. No, just right away. Just we don't even need shape. Just render. We got to get the material combination dialed in. Like we got to do it. So yeah. So yeah. But thank you all.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, we appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone. With this project, we complete today's presentations. It was really great to to have you on board, to hear like your vision and your interpretations of these projects. They're all very unique and wild, and the challenge here is that the students are creating the constraints at the same time they're answering their own constraints and trying to navigate and learn so many different programs through the year also. And I think that they're doing a wonderful job. We've passed through a lot of knowledge about like polygonal modeling, about like Grasshopper, Blender now, ZBrush, moving on to Houdini. So it's going to be quite exciting. There are going to be some vehicles that the guys are going to start designing actually from Monday, so not so far off. And the systems around the amalgamations. But thank you so much, really, like for coming and for sharing your views and for staying with us for the whole duration of these presentations. It was really a pleasure. And again, a big thank you to the team for the amazing work, and of course, like our students for the hard work. You guys like deserve really a huge bravo going through chapter 3. Believe me, chapter 4 is going to be much easier, like from, you know, like what you've learned now. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Guys.
Bye.
Okay.
Thanks. That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye, everyone. Have a good weekend.